Nick Khan has consolidated and streamlined the roles of Chief Brand Officer, Chief Operating Officer, President, Chief Revenue Officer, Vince McMahon's son-in-law, and Vince McMahon's daughter all into one single role, which is held by him.
Who holds that?
Nick Khan.
Oh,
Nick Khan. That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
Do you think, like, feels like WWE might be a little vulnerable? Mm-hmm. I don't feel like AEW's ready to take over. Like, I think they got things in motion, but I feel like they're like a year or two away.
They're a long way away. I mean, no one's taking over. Like, even like they're a decade away from taking over. Like, they need a solid run at being a highly rated, profitable company. Like like I love AEW. I love the program that they're putting out. I love the stories they tell, but they're not.
Because if they were ready, this would be the time.
Yeah.
I don't know if WWE gonna get their stuff together by the time they're ready, though. But
yeah. What's up, squad? We're gonna have fun today. This tweet's funny. It legit made me laugh.
Oh my!
Celtics in 5.
Oh my!
Celtics in 5.
Oh my!
I forgot now Ivy was with the Grizzlies for a season. I forgot about that.
It would always be the haters that be sitting in the rear.
What's good, baby? And a happy Friday to you. Welcome in to the May 20th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We are so happy that you are here with us. We got lots we want to talk about today. Bryant West, the draft guru of the Kings Herald, going to be with us a little over 1 hour from now. Trysta Krick, the top of the 2 o'clock hour. James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Some Kings news to talk about. Some Kings fans were excited. Some Kings fans were concerned to find out the Sacramento Kings interviewed Shaedon Sharpe while in Chicago, which, spoiler alert, that's what they're supposed to do. We'll talk about that. Also, a familiar name. We got to,
I'm just saying.
Ahead. I know.
Shaedon gets interviewed.
Mm-hmm.
He then stops his workouts and leaves.
He got that Zeke Sacramento Kings promise. He got that Zeke promise. Some of you don't get that reference, and that's okay. If you Google
Sharpe, really 25.
If you that's going to be a cold world when we find out Zeke is actually a 32-year-old. Google Zeke gets promise from Sacramento Kings for those who don't get it. Also, Jay Triano joining the Sacramento Kings coaching staff. We'll talk about the positives of that. Mike Brown filling out his coaching staff here. So we'll dive into all of that. And as promised, we took a deep dive into Keegan Murray, and this is going to happen a lot for the next month. I liked what I saw. I have an approach to this though. Like I have a way to kind of quell those. You know, you can only get so much from highlights, right? You can if you're looking for something in a highlight, you're almost certainly going to find it. We'll let you know what our plan is moving forward for evaluating these guys. And bonus question, are we just talking 3 guys here? We'll get into all of that, but man, we got to start with Marcus Smart and the Boston Celtics. I guess we're just not getting a good conference championship game in these finals because we've had 3 definitive blowouts. Of course, the blowout in game 1 with the Celtics and the Heat really was confined to a single quarter that the Boston Celtics weren't able to recover from. The Golden State Warriors are still pulling their foot out of their backside of the Dallas Mavericks as they get ready for game 2 tonight. And we got an absolute blowout on the hands of the Boston Celtics last night as they just, as good old JR would say, stomped a mud hole in the Heat and walked it dry.
Beat him like a government mule.
And I don't know why JR is always beating government mules either. I never understood that. JR had a couple of catchphrases that I always like, man, I just don't understand this one.
And then JR would always give his little scouting report. Oh, there he is. 6'6", 245 out of Oklahoma.
Yeah. Played fullback.
That's blue chip right
We
there.
hear you, JR. Yes, we know. We know, JR. That's blue chipper. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Oh, man, but the Boston Celtics did all of that last night to the Miami Heat. And it was even more impressive because Miami came out ready to go. Looked like Miami was going to pick up right where they left off in game one. Started off hot. I think they got about a 11, 13-point lead. And Celtics were like, nah, it's okay. We'll walk you down. As a matter of fact, we'll walk you down in the first quarter. We're not even going to walk you down over the course of the game. We're going to have a lead by the end of the first quarter.
See, that's what we were talking about.
After that.
That's what we were talking about, man. It really felt like, I don't want to overplay Marcus Smart too much, but for those who remember that point where I think the score was 18-10, and the Heat had the ball, they were getting ready to push the lead to double digits. They got to stop there, brought the ball back. Marcus Smart scored. I think Miami called timeout. If they didn't call timeout, there was a dead ball, but there was something that stopped play for a minute. And I just remember Marcus kind of did the hands up. We got one play at a time. Like, we got it. We're good. Mm-hmm. And that's where I don't remember where the run stopped. I know it hit at least 11-0. That's the run that the Celtics went on at that point that eventually got them the lead and went back and forth for a little while before they just your champion before Tatum hit a couple of shots that just busted that thing open. It's like, yeah, this is donezo.
That boy Tatum, man.
Talk about it.
Oh, man.
Talk about it.
This dude is so nice. When he shoots threes, when he shoots his jump shot, y'all notice how he never even hit the rim. Tatum be splashing on them boys. Mm-hmm. That thing don't ever hit the rim.
He is
He
so
just
bad.
rides and fires and just whoosh, whoosh, every single time. And you're looking at a situation now where I said Jimmy was coming for the belt, and I still mean that. I'm not counting out Jimmy. I'm not counting out Miami, even though I picked Boston to win the series. I think it's still going to go 6 or 7, but they got the best. They got the best player in the series. Boston does, and then you combine that with the way Jaylen Brown started the game. You combine that with your guy Marcus Smart, what he's doing. Robert Williams is looking like a menace out there inside. Boston. I know it may sound like we're prisoners of the moment and everything like that, because we kind of did the same thing with Golden State yesterday after they beat up on Dallas. But Boston got some championship vibes right now.
Yeah.
Man. I can't even front. I can't even front. And I'm happy for my man Jesse and Mr. Tapia. But no, I don't like Boston. Don't get it twisted. But man, I can't deny what I'm seeing.
I like Boston a lot. I like the Boston players. Celtics. That's what I'm talking about. Well, you like Ime Udoka too.
I like the coaches. I like everybody involved.
Just you don't like the jersey that they wear. You mentioned Robert Williams, man. Grant Williams is playing some ball, man. Those dudes have progressed just so nicely. Like, this team has come together, played really well. There was a Nick Stauskas sighting yesterday. The game got so out of control. I was like, what? Somewhere Vivek Ranadive is thinking, how can we do it? How can we get him back here? But man, you talk about championship vibes. I never got any vibes from Miami after that game one. Mm-hmm. And that's not a knock on them at all. It was like they had a big third quarter. By the way, another big performance from Jimmy Butler. But
Jimmy did what he did, yeah.
It was like, okay, not all right. Well, okay. Just going to take that for what it was. Going to take it for a game in which a quarter got out of hand for Boston. It's hard. I don't know. Celtics look good in the other quarters. I'm going to leave that for what it is.
Hey, man.
I walk away from last night's game feeling different. That's not how I feel watching the Celtics beat the Heat last night.
Hey,
I don't have that same, one game, we'll see what happens next.
NBA old boy just right in my head right now, because Boston's been pretty dominant for 7 of the 8 quarters. It took one. And I don't know if, like, it's Stat Muse historical, Will Z historical. I don't know, but I'm gonna just call it historical. It took one historical third quarter for Miami to win game 1. Other than that, Boston's dominated these guys the entire time. And I still like Miami as a team. So I'm going to hold off saying that they, this is the way it's going to be. It's clear that they're not as good as Boston. Like I said, I picked Boston to win it, but I think it's a pretty close series. But now they got to go to TD Garden, and it's imperative. It is crucial that the Miami Heat get one of these games somehow, some way. I don't know how they're going to do it, but somehow, some way, they're going to have to get one. They're going to have to get a better performance out of Bam. They're going to have to get a more consistent performance out of Tyler Hero. We saw Duncan Robinson finally come into this game after he hasn't played in like 2.5 weeks. They're probably going to need him to hit some threes. But that almost felt like Coach Spo was searching.
That's it.
Like he was searching for answers.
That's exactly what I was going to say. When you haven't played Duncan Robinson essentially in the playoffs, and all of a sudden you're throwing him out there, you're trying to find something. And whether you're trying to find something to get yourself into that game, whether you're trying to find something to get yourself through that game, I don't know that as highly as I think of Erik Spoelstra, I don't know that he found anything to get them going in game 3. And maybe that wasn't his intent. Maybe his intent was we had a good first game. They had a good second game. Let's hit the reset button. We'll come out stronger. And they did. I don't think Miami. I don't. It's difficult to assess whether it's the old line. Did so and so lose the game, or did so and so beat them, or did so and so lose the game, or did so and so win the game? Mm-hmm. Man, it just felt like Boston beat the crap out of them last night. I don't think Miami was awful. I don't think they did anything super egregious. I'm sure Coach Spoelstra is going to tell them, we turned the ball over way too much. I think 2 turnovers is too many for a coach. But, the points off turnovers, were impactful, especially since a lot of them happened during that run. You talk about championship vibes. You get them from Golden State, get them from Boston. I haven't gotten them anywhere else.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting any from Dallas either.
No. I'm going to just say right now, and they can replay it. Dr. David, Jesse, you guys can play it. If it's wrong, stick a fork in Dallas. They're not beating the Warriors 4 times. I'm not sure they're beating them 3 times.
That's just the one thing where it's like, what does Dallas do really well? Or what can Dallas do really well? They can hit the 3. All right, cool. Who can hit the 3 better than them? Well, the team that they're playing.
Right.
Like, they're not going to shy away from that. Like, they're not going to be scared of that. Mm-hmm. The Warriors are not going to be scared of Dallas. Oh, Dallas hit a couple 3s in a row. Cool. All right. Watch this. That's what Golden State could do.
It's almost like in boxing when they say you can't hook a hooker.
Oh my, that doesn't sound appropriate.
That's what they say. The left hook. If somebody's really good at the left hook, you can't throw a left hook at somebody that throws left hook.
Hooker. Yes, that's okay. Well, there you go. There you go, folks. You can't throw a left hook at a hooker. Thanks, Kenny. Learn. Boy, I really got to start sticking around for these 13th rounds. Boy, I don't know what I'm missing. Man, brother, go get some green juice and get the whole world getting turned up out there. Man.
That's what it is, man. Real quick before we get out of here, did you see the Jesse might have saw it too. Did you see the Deuce, Jason Tatum's son, dissing Grant Williams?
Yeah.
Somebody in one of the captions was like, Tatum was like, come on, son, let's get out of here.
There really isn't a lot to break down from last night's game other than, Marcus Smart's impact is just so tremendous on a basketball team. He's such a key piece to what they did. Obviously, Al Horford returned as well, played his role. You talk about complete rosters, you talk about the best this, the best that. Man, Boston's looking like a phenomenal basketball team right now, and Miami's going to have a lot to do to change my mind, and it sounds like to change our mind. We're going to come back, and we're going to dive into the Kings. We're going to talk about Keegan Murray. We talked a lot about Shaedon Sharpe yesterday. We talked a lot about Jaden Ivey. We did a deep dive into Keegan Murray as well. And I think I have you have strong opinions on Keegan Murray. I know you'll share those. And I think I have some counters to those opinions. So we'll dive into that. We'll talk Kings basketball when we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I just looked at the screen and Chris Jericho is dressed as Doink.
What?
That's phenomenal. Yeah, that's I was hoping you would.
As Dr. David clarified, you don't hook with a hooker. Is more so the phrase.
It doesn't sound anytime you put that ER at the end of hook, it's gonna sound that hard ER. Roddy, Olivia's been under the weather. She was supposed to join us yesterday. Something came up. She should be back Thursday. I assume you were tongue in cheek earlier, but like she's still team 1320 for sure.
100%. Maybach still with the squad. I was having a discussion earlier with my with my cousin. Shout out Ace. We were talking about the XFL linking up with Disney. When I broke the glass the other day, I broke the glass on that story. And he's like, man, it's gonna make them legit. I was like, oh, it's gonna make them legit. I said they essentially will be, a minor league. And I think them partnering with the NFL and this Disney thing, I think that's a good thing. Like, just because they're a minor league, possibly, there's a spot for minor leagues in this sports landscape. I think with the partnering that they're doing, I think they solidified themselves to be around more than the USFL has. That's good. That's okay.
Mm-hmm. USFL, I don't think I knew this before. That's on Peacock, right?
Maybe. So I've seen them on FS1. I've seen them on Fox too, actually.
Oh, then I doubt they're on
Peacock as well.
That wouldn't make sense. And I don't know. I thought I saw maybe I misread what the logo was.
Yeah, they're on Fox. I don't know if they still have games on Fox. I know like their opening game was on Fox, and I think other than that, they're on the FS1 a lot. But yeah, without the cosign of the NFL, I don't know how they make it. One of the things that you got to do, and once again, this is big money talk, so I don't know if it happens, but I think you got to go into cities like Sacramento, right? Sacramento's Nashville has the Titans, but like
for teams like XFL, USFL, stuff like that.
Yeah, they do. They always. For some reason, they always find a way to go to Birmingham. They always go to all these leagues. Go to Birmingham.
Have they announced the XFL teams yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I know they announced I think these different camps. Here's one thing that I don't like, and I'm all on board with Dwayne and Danny here. Here's what I don't like, and this just feels like a repeated mistake. They're starting in February. They're starting like a week. Like, look, man, like I'm rooting for you. I don't want to watch that, whatever it's going to be, a week after watching the biggest football game of the year.
Right.
Like you've got to let people miss it. That's like the USFL, thing I don't understand.
USFL's timing is actually solid. Like I think they started maybe 2-3 weeks ago or whatever. Solid.
That's good. Yeah, that works.
Kind of got overshadowed by the draft a little bit. Like you'd probably want to start now. Let the draft happen. And then you start like a week after the draft or something like that. I guess maybe I don't know how you do it, but
February 18th.
Yeah, that's not good.
Well. I don't like that. I just don't like that at all. Christopher Wallace's birthday would have been tomorrow, man. So we'll celebrate him here today. Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. First pour coming up a shade under 3 hours from now.
Biggie Smalls, still to this day. I gotta get that drop on here. To this day, still one of the greatest to ever do it. Jesse, does your generation, do you guys still acknowledge Biggie is one of the greats? Or you like when you hear him, do you think he's dope, or is it just like, this is what the older heads say is dope? So yeah. Biggie. Big's lines, his rhymes and everything, I always thought they were pretty simple, but the timing and the way he would, like, he could say cat and hat, but the way he put it together, it was just sick. Like he's not like Kendrick, he's not Nas, but man, his timing and his delivery.
He's a different type of storyteller than those two guys are.
Man, it was flawless. One of the greatest ever.
It's so funny too, because like Big is like, if 2015 was Steph Curry's rookie season and Steph retired in 2017 and we're calling Steph Curry the greatest of all time or one of the greatest of all times, that's what we do with Big.
Yeah.
Like Big, there's only 2 albums. Born Again isn't a real album. Duets sure as hell ain't a real album. Nothing that came out after Life After Death is a real album. He's got 2 albums. That's what we base everything on.
A dude won Rookie of the Year and MVP in his first season. That's what he did. Rookie of the Year and MVP.
Yep.
And
yeah,
then
Candace
MVP
Parker.
Again.
He went Candace Parker and then retired, and that's Big.
Right.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, man. R.I.P. Happy birthday, Biggie Smalls, man.
Keegan Murray, that was a name that came up kind of in passing yesterday, as we spent a great deal of time talking about Jaden Ivey. Shared some things that I had heard about him. Kenny shared some thoughts on him. Of course, that we had to bring Kenny's true love of this draft, Shaden Sharpe, into the conversation. And that's fine. That's fine. Everybody got to fall in love. Ooh, da doo doo.
I thought you were gonna go A Marie. Why don't we all fall in love?
That's a niche
That's
cut.
Smash. That was a summer anthem.
It was a niche cut, but it was.
Were you on the 1s and 2s at that point? Yeah.
I introduced A Marie as single. My first like single to mile that was headlined by Lisa and the Colt Jam. And don't get it twisted. Lisa was dope. Like, I ain't turning my nose up at that. But yeah, A Marie was here at Discovery Park.
Why don't we fall in love? That was major.
That was a jam. That was a jam. But no, that's not where I was going. We know why you fall in love. You love athleticism. You love potential. You get tantalized by. You love buckets, and Shaden Sharpe can provide those. And we're going to talk about Shaden Sharpe, as James Ham reported today. The Kings interviewed him during the draft combine in Chicago. But we and if you missed any of this conversation, of course, you can check it out in the archives, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. If you're a podcast subscriber, we hope that you are. Odyssey, Apple, whatever. Like, you can catch past episodes on all of those platforms. But Keegan Murray was a guy who came up like kind of later, because we were talking about with Jaden Ivey and Shaden Sharpe. We're essentially talking about, a 2 and potentially a 2 and a 3.
Mm-hmm.
And even for Jaden Ivey, one of your concerns is, he's a 2 for sure, but he's a smaller 2. And now you're getting into concerns of a smaller backcourt, and you're kind of, we're counterpunching here with guys. I felt, super strongly about what I had heard and seen from Jaden Ivey, and Keegan Murray came up in the conversation later because he is without question a position fit for this roster. Like, he is a 4. He is like Keegan Murray is a legit, in my opinion, and you tell me if you disagree with this. Keegan Murray, for me, is a opening night starting 4.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. I don't
if Keegan Murray can't beat out Trey Lyles for the job, yep, wrong pick. No shit, and that's not a knock on Trey Lyles. I like Trey Lyles on this team. I like him in a certain role. Starting 4, that's not the role that I see Trey Lyles in moving forward.
Yeah, and I understand that completely. I like Keegan Murray's game, so I was just trying to make sure I thought about that before. But yeah, he's a starting four.
He can complement Sabonis in the belief that, at least in college, he can stretch the floor.
Mm-hmm.
He can step out and shoot the three at a decent clip. I think more than a decent clip. I think he approached 40%. He can shoot in that range.
Mm-hmm.
He seems kind of, and I feel like this is part of your concern with him. You please correct me if I'm wrong. He seems kind of reserved, like almost quiet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I watched I watched a number of and admittedly, I was watching highlight reels. One of them was put out by I think it was Swish. It was like 15 minutes long.
They're good.
They're very good because they throw the very rare defensive highlight in there as well.
Yeah.
Like they threw quite a bit in there. But what really stood out to me is I'm like 11, 12 minutes into this thing. There was one and it stood out to me, and I think he got a steal kind of in the front court, brought it in, quick dunk, and then he did the flex. That was like the only time he reacted to anything.
Yeah.
He didn't react. I mean, and he had a number of dunks in transition, dunks in the offense, step back three. He did a lot in there. That's like, oh, okay, kid, I see you.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only thing that he reacted to in the whole 15-minute highlight. And I thought, okay, I can see Kenny not liking that.
I mean, I would rather, especially with all the other guys that we have on this team, like we don't have anybody that really does that anymore because Fox doesn't do that anymore. It's more fun.
Dunk?
When you dunk, talk to the crowd,
Yeah.
the ear, cut the ear, all this. Like nobody does that
Show
anymore,
any
right?
level of joy. Yeah, I got you.
So I
Find
would
the air
rather
smile.
that. But I'd also just rather wins too, right? So if he was on the team and he brought wins and he didn't say two words, it wouldn't bother me. It's fine. But his game is pretty this is gonna come off like a diss, and I don't mean it as one, but it's just kind of basic, it's kind of basic. Like I make my move, I get my bucket. Sometimes, I'll dunk it and it'll be a nice two-hand flush. Sometimes I'll just lay it in. No pizzazz, no jelly on the shots, nothing like that. But basic can be good. Basic can be really good. Tim Duncan was as basic as they get. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he's going to be Tim Duncan, but there's not a whole lot of pizzazz to his game, but he's still effective in a major way.
He's aggressive. I feel like he's pretty good in the open floor. Like not great, but he can handle the ball. You know what I mean? Like you're not cringing if he has the ball in his hands coming up the floor. Of course, that could change in the NBA versus the college, but he's also really aggressive on the block, which I don't know the last Sacramento King that was for 28, 30 minutes a night. Like
yes. That's a long time ago.
And
now.
that's like for DeMarcus, that's like 5 teams ago.
Right.
For us, that's 5 coaches ago. Like he could be really aggressive on the block. There's a lot, and again, this is going to happen a ton over the next month, but there's a lot that he does that I really like. Now, the caveat to this is our plan moving forward, is watching highlights is fun. And I don't think that presents a complete package. Like I've always had a beef with, I think a lot of East Coast reporters watch highlights of like West Coast football games. I'm firmly of the belief people didn't watch Christian McCaffrey play at Stanford. Like Christian McCaffrey not winning the Heisman Trophy is incredible. And I think what people do is they watch highlights. And one thing that you can't get from a highlight, you could get a play and you can react to what you saw in that play. What you can't get in a highlight is how did that impact the game?
All right.
Like what impact do these young men have on the game? Like, this isn't something we're going to be able to figure out with Shaedon Sharpe, but what type of impact does Jaden Ivey have on the game? What type of impact does Keegan Murray have on the game? Does one of those dunks, does one of those steals, does one of those step back threes, does it change the swing of things, for Iowa, for their respective teams? So we're going to try to watch games in their entirety and see what type of impact do these guys have on their teams? And that's going to be a whole lot different than watching highlights. And I think that's what ultimately will tell the picture. But from a highlight standpoint, from a pros and a cons standpoint, I don't think there's a lot of cons with Keegan Murray. There aren't, just in terms of his game. Now, I understand having another essentially personality wise. And this, again, I hate when you have to preface this isn't shade. It's like Harrison, right? You're getting sometimes you having a Harrison is great.
Right.
Sometimes you need someone with fire. You need a Amon Shumpert. You don't need three of them, but you could really use one of them. You could really use one, formerly Ron Artest. You don't want four of those guys. I don't know that we need multiple versions of Harrison Barnes. I don't know that we need three guys in the starting lineup who are relatively quiet and cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's
collected is fine. Calm is fine. You want some emotion from these guys.
Right. And that's the concern, right? That's the concern about, just the leadership, right? And who's going to be the leader? Who's going to, who's going to galvanize these guys? If everybody is just kind of quiet and reserved.
What were we just talking about? Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that guy? Marcus was calm, cool, and collected last night. When you have to get on the side of your neck, he will.
Yeah.
He did it earlier this season, very, very publicly.
Yeah.
He'll do it. Having a guy who can do that, and maybe it's ridiculous to think that's a guy you're going to take in the 2022 draft.
Right.
Maybe that's a guy who has to come from somewhere else in your free agent workings. But I just start thinking I have a bunch of just quiet. This is Golden One Center going to be the quietest court on the planet.
By the time he finds his bark, so to speak.
Oh my!
Everybody else is going to be gone.
Get Trey Lance on the phone.
Trey Lance.
Trey, how you find that bar, kid?
Trey Lance got the numbers right after the draft. Got the numbers of everybody that was drafted. Texted him, let him know, hey, welcome to the squad. Get ready for practices. Come on, man. Leader. Finding his bar.
That's the leader. That's absolutely. Hey, no question. No question. I like that. I like that more than your. He found his bark because he tweeted something. Yeah, I like.
He didn't tweet before. Now he started tweeting. He's like, "Hey, relax. I'm here. I had enough of this."
Okay.
All right. Found his bark.
Yeah, that's fine.
But to your point about not a lot of cons with Keegan, I agree with you. I think he may have the highest floor of the three guys that we talk about, where you're just
okay.
You're not. I don't look at Keegan as being a bad basketball player in any way. I think he's going to be in the league for 10 years, and I think he's got the lowest bust potential of the three, in my opinion.
Okay.
He's very safe.
Mm-hmm.
He's very safe. But
sometimes
his floor and his ceiling, might be right here. You know what I'm saying? For all the people that can't see on the radio, my hands are this close to each other. Whereas Shaden, his floor and ceiling may be here. His floor here, but that ceiling go crazy.
But see, what you're not doing though is his floor could also be here.
Yeah,
this is a very, very visual bit. This is a very visual bit. I'm so sorry to the people listening on the radio. I'm going to try to explain.
If the floor is at my chest for Keegan and his ceiling is at my jaw, and that's cool. Shaden might be his floor might be in my belly button, but his ceiling may be 5 inches over my head.
You know what's funny about this is as I because I think a lot about your passion for Shaden Sharpe. It's I see these other guys that I like, and why is Kenny so so rallied behind Shaedon Sharpe, and I realize what it is. Why you and I have such interesting conversations in this regard.
Huh.
You're a gambler. You like to lay wagers. I don't. I very much do not. You love you love the the plus 5.5 at home, or like you love that stuff. I do not. I hate it. I don't want to go play blackjack and have some skilled dealer take my money from me. I don't want to do none of that. You enjoy that. You like the Vegas life. That's not me. That's not me. And I realize I think that factors in heavily to our assessment of players and our desire to have them on the Kings.
Yeah, I see it. I completely understand it. Now,
you're more willing to push all of the chips to the center, where I'm like, I'm gonna hold on to a couple of these red ones just in case. Let me see. Well, wait a minute. I'm not.
But I'll say I'm a calculated gambler. I'm a calculated gambler because I'm looking at this particular situation as like, just think back in the past. How many, we can talk about like who the Kings passed on or whatever, but how many of these type of possible guys have they passed on? Probably a handful, maybe a little bit more than that. But you pass on them in the draft. How many times have they been able to get these guys in trade? Probably zero.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have you been able to get these guys in free agency? Probably zero. And you're in a spot now where it's like, man, you can get a guy, you can get a type of guy that the entire league covers. Possibly. Like everybody in the league is looking for this 6'6" to 6'9" guy that can score on 3 levels, can create his own shot. When things get crazy, ball goes out of bounds. There's 1.5 on the shot clock on the baseline. Get that ball to Tatum on the inbounds. Let him turn around and hit a fall away over the best defender in the game, or one of them in Drew Holiday. Like everybody looking for that guy. And I'm not saying Shaedon is for sure going to be that guy. I'll probably say this every day on the show. I understand the risk. He could be nowhere near that guy. But think back just in these recent drafts. Yeah, Luka. Other than Luka, when did you even have an opportunity to take a guy like this? I guess you go back to Fox. Yeah, you go back to Fox and you're talking Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Right. I mean, yeah, maybe Donovan. The other drafts,
certainly taking him. I mean, that's a 5 versus what, 13? What was Donovan taking at? Like that's
13, yeah. But I'm not even talking about Fox's pick. I'm talking like the pick that you traded. You had 10.
Oh, sure.
You had 10 and you could have
10. Yep.
Donovan. So that's one there. You throw Luka in there. Other than that, when have you even had a chance to get a possible guy like this?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, now I'm looking at it like, now's the time where I'll push my chips in. I may not always do it, but now's the time. I told James this the other day. I don't think you were here. I don't think I said this to you. But a guy with the potential of Shaedon, if I draft him and he's not what I think he could be, and say Ivy and Keegan Murray are good ball players, I can live with that. I took a shot, didn't work out. I can live with that. I'll probably be fired. I won't have a job, but I can live with that.
But
here's the other scenario. If I play it safe and take Ivy or Murray and Shaedon is who I think he could be, I can't live with that. Does that make sense?
No, like it makes sense.
If he is what I think he could be and I passed on it,
okay,
I fire myself.
No, that's completely fine. But what if is there an alternative where Shaedon's just like, because for some reason with these players we go, transcending, bust.
Mm-hmm.
It's like at no point have I read an article or have heard a conversation where someone's like, yeah, no, Shaedon can be good.
Right.
No, it's either Shaedon is going to be it or he's going to be it with an SH in front of it. Like there's like no in between with Shaedon Sharpe, where it's like, don't you also have to factor in, because we talk, obviously Bagley's the talk because of, Luka's the talk with Bagley. Trae Young's there too.
Mm-hmm.
You had a chance to get
Mm-hmm.
Trae Young. You had a chance
Mm-hmm.
to draft Jaren Jackson Jr. Like it's not just like, do you look at like how much does what Ivy becomes factor into this? How
Mm-hmm.
much does what Keegan Murray becomes factor in this? Because you can see there's a little bit of, man, this is tough. This is where scouting is tough, because there's a little bit of trying to be the smartest person in the room here. Where with Keegan Murray and Ivy, like, you look directly at it and you see it, and it's right there and it's in front of you. With Shaedon, you're projecting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, we see it, sort of. We just need to see it in practice. We need to see it in its fullest form, and it's tough.
To your point, I saw somebody on Twitter. I forgot who it was. Somebody might have tagged me or something, but somebody was like, "Yeah, man, I'm just not seeing it from Shaedon. He's got these holes in his game and this and that. He doesn't really pass. And like right now, I'm looking at him, and he's not generational. He's Terrence Ross." I'm like, that's you meant that as a diss, right? Like, Terrence Ross can go. Like, Terrence Ross has been in the league for 10, 12 years, still gets buckets. He's still a bucket. He just seems to like Orlando. You know what I mean? Like, if Shaedon Sharpe was Terrence Ross, I'm cool. I'm cool with that. Is he like where I want him to be? No, but still a good career. Jaden Ivey, if they took him and he was Terrence Ross, it's a good look. It's a good look. So, I just say it basically like, if we took those guys and Shaedon ended up being Terrence Ross, let's just say that, I'm okay. I can live with that. Will that prove out to be the best player out of the three or whatever? Not saying that, but I can live with the fact in this particular situation, when I had this opportunity as the Sacramento Kings, I shot my shot. I think that's kind of what it comes down to with everything. Like, right, even with
now I'm collecting unemployment.
Well, look, even with like with this career, I gave everything I had, and my whole thing after this was, if I give everything I have and I don't make it, I can live with that.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't give everything I have and I don't make it, I can't live with that, because I'll be saying, if I would have just took my shot.
And I get that, but I also feel like that's an extreme, right? Like, what if it was more? What if the war room is like, yo, Shaedon Sharpe is, he could be a potential game changer.
Mm-hmm.
We could win right now with Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm.
And you could take your pick as to, we could win right now. Our goal is, if you believe the reports, a Minnesota-esque like turnaround. Our goal is to make the playoffs next year. That's our goal. We believe we can do that with the roster that we have in either Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray. We still think Shaedon Sharpe. We think, Shaedon, he could be this team's first All-Star in a decade or whatever.
Yeah,
he could get us to where we want to go, but he could get us above where we want to go.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys could get us there right now. How much does that factor in? And think about that for a second before you answer it, because that was a loaded question to ask here. This close.
After I answer that, I got a question for you and everybody else, because there's a couple things going on right now that I'm just sitting back like, All right. I want to see what's going on here.
I love sound effect, Kenny. We'll find out what those mean. when we come back. Plus, Bryant West, this is just a perfect conversation to lead into Bryant West. He's coming up in about an hour from now. I know he's watching. He's getting hip to everything that we're talking about here. Lots more draft talk here coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clearer.
Damn, they just hitting the ball all over Wrigley Field today. Jesus. Third home run since I turned the game on. Like 20 minutes ago. So Sacktown Tony. So Bagley was a shoot for the star level athlete pick. So because that didn't work out, you never do it again? Because that's essentially going to be like what you always go back to. If Bagley didn't work, then you just never do it again. Roddy, I hear a lot of people talking about the Kings trading down. I'm not for that. Like if it's not like Detroit, like like James had talked about, one pick back and then get kind of, I'm not for that. That would be, yeah, you're thinking too hard. Yeah, man, you're thinking too hard at that point. Make the pick. Pick the guy that you think can help turn around your franchise. Bryce Shaden is like a shooting guard, small forward. And he's a wing. Shaden is a wing. Jaden is a guard. Keegan is neither. Keegan is like a power forward. So when you talk about it, they don't have a quote unquote small forward out there aside from like AJ Griffin. Trying to think if there's anybody else I'm missing. Yeah, he can't miss no more. He can't miss. So Ryan, he says if Shaden ends up being a Terrence Ross player, it's a huge miss by the Kings. What if Jaden Ivey ends up being Elfrid Payton? Like I said, people say these things as if Shaden is a risk, but Jaden is a sure thing to be an all-star. Keegan, I say this all the time, man. These college players, they got college bust all the time, bro. I don't look at anybody in this draft as a sure thing. I don't see it. I don't see anybody.
I get that.
In the same vein as Cade is one guy. I think Cade is always going to be dope. Jalen, like as much as I like Jalen, like I can hear the arguments where Jalen doesn't necessarily work out the way I think he does. I can understand that. I disagree, but I think Jalen Green will be fine. But if somebody wanted to make that argument, I could see it. I think all these guys. There's a question. I'll save it for the air. Because this will go into what Ryan was talking about.
I like Paolo. Like Paolo's it.
The wind is blowing out in Wrigley Field today. Jesus.
Chicago. We'll get that trade done, Dr. David. We'll get Buddy to LA. And Drake bars. I think everybody says no to that. Draft guru Bryant West of the Kings Herald set to join us coming up here a little less than 30 minutes. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. You can watch us on Facebook Live as well. Trysta Krick will join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. James Ham coming up for his regular visit at 3. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. All right, we left on kind of a cliffhanger a minute ago where we're weighing these different prospects of, Keegan Murray and Jaden Ivey and Shaedon Sharpe, and the Kings interviewed Shaedon Sharpe in Chicago, as James Ham reported today, and that got a lot of Kings fans talking. And this is it's the process, folks. It's the process. That's what's happening. I'd hope they interviewed Shaedon Ivey and Keegan Murray as well. And I actually have a question there too. Is it just those three? Is that who we're talking about? Like, we believe that the top 3 are solidified in some way, shape, or form, with Jabari, Chet, and Paolo. Is this the next crop of guys here, at least as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings and Keegan, Shaedon, and Jaden Ivey?
To me, it is. And I know some people are keen on moving the pick. Yeah, I'm not
a big fan.
That doesn't excite me at all. And like I said, I told this to James the day after. I'll reiterate it today. I'll maybe even say it some more again as the time goes on. When you talk about trading this pick, trading the Kings' first-round pick in 2022, now the number 4 pick, the great Fat Joe said it perfectly.
Yes, I'm not a player, but I crush a lot. Oh.
That was pun.
That was a big pun.
Yesterday's price is not today's price. So when you talk about Tobias Harris, to be honest with you, I'm not even sure John Collins gets it done.
In terms of trading the pick?
Yeah, when you talk about trading that pick, I'm gonna need more. I'm gonna need something that makes me say, yeah, I'm comfortable. I'm good with this. Yeah.
Okay.
So when I hear a lot of people saying trade, I'm really not interested in trading the pick unless it's for an all-star.
Trading the pick unless it's for an all-star. I'm trying to think of one. There isn't one on the market.
I know.
I mean, but that doesn't mean there isn't one to be traded.
I know.
Just means there isn't
one on the market we've heard about, at least as of yet.
Right.
No, that things could be going on in back channels and things of that nature. But yeah, I'm not trading a 4th pick for Tobias Harris. And John Collins, I don't know. I'm not saying no right now, but I'm kind of looking at them, with a side eye, like with the Yvette and Baby Boy side eye when they're like,
Yvette has emerged.
Yeah.
Is that the question you were going to ask everyone?
No.
Oh, okay.
But you asked me a question though. No,
I know. I was trying to get around the fact I can't remember what the hell I asked you. I was just trying to slide right by that. I looked over at my notes and Harrison is written there, but that's from earlier. I have no clue what I asked you.
This happens to us all the time.
That's why I have this stupid pen and this stupid notepad. I can't remember what happened 4 minutes ago. I just didn't write it down. I literally reached over to do it and stopped doing it. I have no clue what I asked you before the break. None.
But I will use this opportunity because there's a lot of people, in the chat who are like, what if Jaden is, this and that, he could be a bust, and Ivy, all these dudes can be bust, man. People talk about Shaedon Sharpe just because he didn't play college, or we got EYBL highlights to watch. Said it yesterday. There's college guys that play every minute for their team in college. Mm-hmm. We have all the tape in the world, and they do all these great things in college. Who come in the NBA and can't get off the bench?
There are guys that have all the intangibles, that have the flair, that have the attitude. Same thing.
Yeah. So I don't. If you're, to me personally, this is just the way I look at it. To me personally, if you have a side eye towards Shaedon, that's understandable. But I have a side eye towards everybody because I understand the draft. There is no certainty in this draft. It's all a gamble. It's all an educated guess. And maybe you're saying I don't have I don't have enough education on Shaedon to make an accurate, educated guess. I understand that, but you could have all the film in the world on a 18, 19-year-old kid. It's still just going to be nothing more than an educated guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I mean.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's 100% right. I think the one thing, which I don't know why we do, I feel like in every walk of life, like we pick a side and we have to, like we talk about wrestling all the time. You're either WWE or AEW. Like you can't be a fan of both. Mm-hmm. You're Republican or Democrat, you're blood or crip, like it's everything. And you'll fight for that. You don't have to latch yourself to a player and fight everyone else who says otherwise. Shaedon Sharpe is very attractive for the Sacramento Kings. So is Jaden Ivey. Mm-hmm. So is Keegan Murray. You can have a player that you like more, but I promise you, if you're on team Jaden Ivey, you don't have to fight someone who's on team Shaedon Sharpe, right? Like we ultimately want the player who we think is going to do best for this franchise. Right now, at this exact moment, and I know this is totally naive and unrealistic, I believe any one of those three will be very, very helpful for this team. We'll dive into it more, and I don't think there's any point where we get to June, whatever date it is, where we come in here and go, whew, boy, I tell you, this team is screwed if they draft player X.
Right.
Like, I don't think that that's going to happen. Now, if there's a player that we're missing that's not one of these three, that we don't come across over the course of the next few weeks that we feel like is a real, like this is a real opportunity here, then I would probably come out of the draft scratching my head a little bit. But, if you like Tyrese Halliburton and you like Davion Mitchell, you've got to respect what Monty McNair has done in the draft so far. You cannot like the other things that Monty McNair has done. But if you like those two players, you have to like what Monty's done in the draft so far. And you got to believe, you got to hope at least, with a pick a few slots higher than he's used to here in his time in Sacramento, he's got to get it just as right as he got those other two.
Yeah, for sure, man. And I look at, and we talked about it off air. I think I mentioned it on air another time, and this is something that I'll try to mention as well. I like all three of these guys that we always talk about. I think all three of them have attributes that could really help this team. Keegan Murray, when you talk about like excitement or whatever, like I'm not going to lie to you and be like super exciting to me, but what he could provide, like the talent that he has and the production that he could provide, that can be exciting for sure because he's a good ball player. He's a good fit. And if the Kings decided to go with him, there's a bunch of positives to take away from that. That would have me intrigued and then excited to see how he would incorporate and help this team out. Jaden Ivey, electrifying. Box office, man. He's dope. He is dope. I'm not going to sit up here and say a bunch of bad things about him because I don't feel that way. I think they could do a lot of great things having Jaden Ivey as the number 4 pick and on this roster. So that's what I deal with this a little bit on Twitter and in the chatty house and all this other stuff where, I'll be like, yo, I like Shaedon Sharpe. I'd go with him. That's my guy or whatever the case may be. That would be my pick. And people want to talk to you and like talk and go back and forth about this. And I know at least on Twitter, I only got about 1, maybe 2 tweets in me max. And then I'll be like, look, man, clearly you just want to argue. There's nothing I can say that can convince you that this will be the right. And I'm not even necessarily trying to do that. So it's fine that you think what you think. I think what I think. We'll all find out together one way or another, whether Shaedon, Ivey, Keegan Murray, whatever team they go to and wherever they go, we'll all find out together on the court and we'll see then. This ain't debate class. I'm not here to debate anybody. This is what I think. This is how I feel based off the things that I see and how I evaluate things. you feel differently, that's cool too. But
Well,
that doesn't mean that Jaden Ivey's terrible or I'd hate him on the Kings. Same with Keegan Murray. Like, good ball players. They'd be dope.
The way that sports media works today is I'm supposed to contrive an opinion and tell you how stupid you are. And then at the end, I can say, I won the debate. That's how sports media works now. So that's what I'm supposed to do. The other, kind of funny note, I guess, for people who are, because I did see James's tweet get quote tweeted a lot from people who seem to be concerned by the fact that the Kings are talking to Shaedon Sharpe, that he is clearly now a very real possibility for the Sacramento Kings at 4. And again, I understand you're uncomfortable because you didn't see anything. Some of those people may like a safer pick, may like Keegan Murray. All right, Keegan Murray, dynamic score, great. You're judging that off of the 35 games that he played in his sophomore season. Because in his freshman year, he played like 20 minutes a game. And they weren't 20 impactful minutes. Like his ascension to a potential top 5 pick is his sophomore year. It's not his complete body of work at Iowa. It's his sophomore season.
Right.
Jaden played a little bit more his freshman year than Keegan Murray did. But the impact he had that can comfortably financially set him for the rest of his life by declaring for the NBA draft happened in his sophomore season. So, these guys went to college. We got more tape on it. Like, let's stop. You've got a year on them. That's basically what we're talking about is you've got about 35 games for each of them versus, and I get it, 35 versus 0. That's a blowout. That's it. That's game 7 Bucks Mavericks. Like that's or Suns Mavericks. That's a blowout right there. So I don't know, man. It'll be fun to watch these guys. It'll be fun to really dive more into the writing, to dive more into the film, to dive more into the highlights, and just hear what people think of all of these three players, and potentially a 4th or a 5th as we get closer and closer to the draft, because people are going to painstakingly study them both. And that's a good thing if you do it with an open mind. Yeah. If you're a Keegan Murray guy and you're watching film to find out why you hate Jaden Ivey or Shaedon Sharpe, that's not productive. Like, go into all of it with an open mind, and it could make for a fun few weeks.
I agree. And then there's situations like this that, I mean, I just don't really get. I don't understand this, right? So our guy Ryan Gill, he says, because we talked in the last segment about Shaedon being somebody mentioned him being like Terrence Ross, right? And I was like, is that supposed to be a diss? Like, Terrence Ross is a damn good NBA player. Like, I don't look at that as like, oh, he's a bust or anything like that. And then there's a question that I want to ask you and everybody else that may put this whole thing into perspective, right? Before I do that, though, I want to make sure everybody knows you're listening to ESPN 1320, KFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Kenny Caraway, Damian Barley, ESPN 1320. We're out here champagning and campaigning on a Friday, chopping it up. And I stole this question. I'm not gonna lie. Let me give my attributes to this. It was a Bill Simmons, Ryan Russillo special, but I thought it was a great question. How many all NBA players are in this draft? Because we're looking down, somebody like Ryan Gill is looking down at Terrence Ross. He's looking down at the prospects of Terrence Ross being, picked by the Kings, or Shaedon Sharpe being that. Mm-hmm. How many all NBA players are in this draft, in your opinion?
Dude, I don't like.
It's crazy, right? Like, when you really think about it, like, it's crazy. It's crazy to be like, nah, Terrence Ross, he'd be a bust. All right, Ryan, come back in here and tell me how many all NBA players are in this draft.
I mean, that's absolutely impossible. Like even like there because to definitively say that, right? To definitively say this player it has to be the LeBron like draft or the Luka like draft. It has to be that. Like it has to be someone who no, this is a high level talent. This isn't. There's no consensus number one. No. Like we don't know if Jabari's going number one. We don't know if Chet's going number one. We've wondered if is that what if someone gets infatuated with Jaden Ivey a little bit? What if someone gets infatuated with Shaedon Sharpe a little bit and Paolo falls? Like we think we know the top three. I feel like we're pretty comfortable in saying who the top three is, but we don't know for sure. So to try to declare one of them being an all NBA player, man, that's tough.
Great. And I only ask that because, like I said, just in that particular, comment or whatever, like somebody was like Terrence Ross, that'd be a failure. Well, come on, man. I look at this draft personally, just projecting out. I see one, this is almost like spades, right? One with two maybes.
Oh my. You've really entrenched yourself in spades. Okay, I see you.
I think Paolo has the most potential of being an all NBA guy. And the two maybe Jabari and Shaedon.
Is there a Jabari and Shaedon? Okay.
Those are the two
is there a reason you're so confident in?
I
love Paolo, by the way. I'm not asking that like with my nose up at you. Like I love his game. I'm just curious what swayed you is.
Yeah, I look at Paolo and I can see in certain situations and being the guy somewhere, I could see him putting up 22 points a night. You know what I mean? And part of being all NBA is like those are, it's not all about scoring, but look down the all NBA list. These guys are averaging 22, 23, 25 points a night. Mm-hmm. I don't know if Jabari is that type of scorer. I don't think Chet is that type of scorer. And the other guys that are talked about, I don't know if they can reach those levels. So that's, like I said, that's not to say that's the only thing that's important is the scoring. But when you talk all NBA, that's the type of guy you're talking about. You know what I mean? And I see Paolo being there. Obviously, I think Shaedon has that type of potential and that type of possible ability. Jabari, I'm not sure if Jabari can get to those heights. I feel like he might be like an 18-8 type guy, which is great. Which is great. We're talking all NBA.
I want to make sure I'm right in this. Yeah. Trae Young has not been an all NBA.
So that's what I was going to ask you. That's what I was trying to think about.
Like Trae Young hasn't been an all NBA.
So we're talking about Trae Young has been an all NBA player.
No. Because I was trying to, I mean, the I don't know if the right term is the youngest, the most recent draft pick who's been all NBA.
Luka?
I think we all know who it is. Yeah, I don't think there's one I'm missing.
I don't think
that Trae Young was the one that I was looking at. And Trae hasn't made it.
So the safe pick here would be none. I don't think any of these guys, would be, if I was playing it safe, saying like, I don't think any of them be all NBA. That doesn't mean they're not good ball players.
Ja hasn't made it.
It doesn't mean they're not.
Like, what are we doing? What are we doing right now? Like these dudes, the best young players in the game have not been named all NBA. So some of the best young players in the game have not been named all NBA.
Right, and these are like the best young players. Jaren Jackson Jr. has not made an all-star team. He's a damn good ball player.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't look at him as he's not an all-star and he's not all NBA or nothing like that. He's a damn good player. He's a really good ball player. I think he's like, I don't know. I can pull it up in a second, but I think so far he's like 15, 16 points a night or something like that. Great defender.
Who, Jaren Jackson?
Yeah.
He's 15. Yeah, he's 15 point.
Yeah,
he's like 15, 5 and an assist.
He only got 5 rebounds a night.
Yeah.
He's still a great defender, though. Really good defender. So that's why I say, like, you take any of these guys, and let's say Jaren Jackson. It's not. I don't know if Jaren Jackson's ever going to be an all-star. It's still a good pick, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a good pick. So I just think people. I don't. Sometimes I think they're looking for the stars, and I understand. I'm looking for them too. But if they land on the clouds, as they like to say, still a good ball player, man. Not all your picks are going to be all stars.
You might have lost me, bro. Like I'm like Jason Tatum, all NBA third team. I mean, Donovan Mitchell's had to have made one, right?
He might have made a third. He didn't make a third team?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
Wow. So
right now, I'm on 2000. What is this? 17. Yeah, yeah. I'm lost. I know Jokic is going to be in here somewhere. There's Simmons there. There's Ingram. Was Simmons? He's third. One guy right now in the last 5 years has made an All NBA first team, and he did it twice.
Let's go to 2018 because that's the draft right there.
Okay.
How many of those guys are all stars?
Luka, Trey.
I think that might be.
That's it.
And that's like people are talking about. That's one of the great draft classes in the last decade.
Yeah, Luka and Trey. That's it.
They got 2 all-stars out of it.
Yeah, and you got good play like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is in there. Obviously, DeAndre Ayton's in there. Jaren Jackson is in there. Colin Sexton, who that's a sneaky, interesting offseason ahead for Cleveland. Colin Sexton ahead. Off-White is in here. Like there's good, but your boy Michael Porter Jr. They're good. Miles Bridges, Mikal Bridges. There's good ball players in here.
Right.
But that elite level player, it's not here. Which, quite honestly, this impromptu exercise that we just got into is now making me ask you more questions. Like, we've talked about ceilings and floors. Shaden's gonna crack that ceiling.
I think
he's gonna crack this, which is damn near an uncrackable ceiling.
One of the 1 to 2 players in this draft, maybe 3 players that have a chance to. I do. Like I said, I got the 1 with 2 maybes. Actually, there are probably all 3 maybes. I'll probably go nil or I'll go 0. And I got 3 maybes, partner. I got 3 maybes.
Okay.
And that's Paolo,
Jabari. I ain't your partner. You don't want that. You don't want that. There's certain things we don't admit in mixed company, and I ain't gonna admit it. So
sitting here and I'm like, oh, I ain't got nothing, partner. I got 3 maybes, but I gotta go 0 just to play it safe. I gotta go 0. I got 3 maybes, but that's about it.
If you're lost out there, don't worry. You're not alone. I'm not saying I'm lost. I'm just saying if you are, don't worry. You're not alone. All inclusive. That's all I'm saying.
I got a couple of queens that, depending on the situation, I might be able to sneak in and win a book. But I got to say that as a maybe, partner.
The real star-studded draft is at 16.
Hey, how many? They got a bunch of all-stars in there?
Brandon Ingram, Jaylen Brown, Domantas Sabonis, Pascal Siakam, DeJounte Murray.
Cooking.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this guy was an all-star. He wasn't, but I think he wasn't an all-star, so he doesn't fit what we're talking about. But I think extremely high of Malcolm Brogdon. He was in that draft.
DeJounte Murray was in that draft, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mentioned him.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and who we didn't mention is the flamethrower. Buddy Hield is in this draft as well.
You said Jamal Murray, right? He's not an all-star.
I didn't. Yeah, he's not.
Jamal Murray. I think he was
very good.
All-star.
Yeah, very good.
Before he got hurt.
Our great Yorgos Papagiannis also in this.
Hey, and look, that draft,
tough boy.
That draft, to be honest with you, it was probably looked at it as a 6-person draft, 5-person draft. Like it wasn't thought of, and it's still not thought of.
I remember
very deep. But
I remember Chris Dunn getting a lot of run.
Oh, yeah, Chris Dunn
was getting a ton of run.
Yeah.
I don't remember this. I'm not trying to be funny. I don't remember Buddy as much. I remember Buddy being that shooter. I don't remember there.
Buddy was getting a lot of love because of what he did in college. He's getting a lot of love. He had just taken Oklahoma to the Final Four.
No, I know, but I don't remember him like ever being talked about at like 1, 2, 3 or anything like that.
I thought not that high.
I remember Chris Dunn getting talked about like a lot. Chris Dunn went 5. Yeah. Jalen went 3. Ingram 2. Ben Simmons 1. And Bryant West goes next. We'll get his thoughts on all of this stuff as Dealing with KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Sorry, Jesse. I wasn't even looking at the screen, and sorry for being distracted. I had the guys are here tinting the windows, and the car alarm was going off, and I don't know how to turn it off.
The new windows?
Yeah.
First of all, hold on. First of all, I ain't even gonna say that until you say something. But first of all, wow. Second of all, I mean, you want to talk boss moves? Who has the window tint people come to their house?
Oh, it's a mobile tint company, man. I give them some love. Like, what's let me make sure.
I don't know nothing about that.
Oh man, please stop it.
I don't know nothing about that life. I usually got to take it to the shop. I'll get it back in about 4 or 5 hours.
You need to.
I'm coming to the house.
You need to call these. You need to call these
bees.
You need to call these 2 brothers who came to my house, man. These dudes down there putting in. It's man, what is the name of their company? But yeah, they came straight. Is that it? Yeah, Billionaire Auto Concept.
Oh, only billionaires can get them. I get it.
Stop that. Billionaire Auto Concept. Yeah. I didn't know how to turn the alarm off, so I'm like, oh. But yeah, y'all need your windows done.
That's not my bag. I always got to go to the shop. All right, we'll have your car for the next 8 hours. Find something to do. I don't know nothing about that, man. That's the next level.
Oops, I didn't mean
to. You don't know about that. You don't know about the struggle. Hey, can you pick me up here? They got my car for 4 hours. Can you pick me up? Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I mean, and I definitely don't know. I don't know nothing about the other aspect of it. I don't know nothing about that, man. No,
like we said, so some things remain private. But your boy is happy. What's up, Bryant?
What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
Great to see you, my man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Can you hear us?
Wearing it with pride.
Oh man, appreciate that.
My man.
Appreciate that. That's good stuff.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. Good spot for a good conversation for today.
Yeah, I'm anxious to hear what you think. I purposely ignored some of your recent podcast appearances because I wanted this conversation to be. I wanted to hear your thoughts for the first time on the show, so I had to skip. Brandon, I promise I'll catch up, but I had to skip the King's Pulse and some of the recent stuff that you've done. It's like, okay, let's see what Brian thinks about all this.
Spoiler alert: I agree with Kenny a lot more than normal this year.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. Now I'm on the right track, man. I'm on the right track.
That's good. That's good news. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. We should be back in about a minute or so. I was a little late getting us to break. I was distracted as hell. Tell Donald sorry. I was not looking at the screen, man. I just completely missed it.
Back up.
I gotta figure this out.
Bryant looks different. Can't
I'm sorry.
Bryant's black.
He with us.
I'm neon white. Oh, come on.
I forgot.
I turned off one monitor and broke it.
I was in Dallas.
Yeah, I saw her the other day. I didn't really
completely forgot.
Look at Kristen Tolliver. She won a national championship, didn't she? Or did they?
Maryland, yep.
Yeah. She had a hell of a run.
Oh, crap. Hey, wake up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let me try leaving, and I'll come right back.
Okay, no problem. Okay, that's fine. On the Odyssey app, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We welcome in our man, the draft. Let's try that again in 3, 2, and
it's live, pal.
Okay, we welcome in the draft guru of the Kings Herald, our man Bryant West. Bryant, thrilled to have you. It's Bryant West season.
It is
on D'Lo and KC, and I've been able to see you kind of jump in and out of the chat during the first hour of this show and some of the conversation about the Sacramento Kings moving up to the 4 pick and the players that are available for the Kings there, and really anxious to get your thoughts. Is there a particular player in terms of Keegan Murray, Shaedon Sharpe, Jaden Ivey that you're high on, and are we missing one? Are there other names that we need to be throwing out here at 4?
I definitely think all 3 of those guys deserve consideration at this point. Assuming the draft goes as expected for the first 3 picks, which would be some order of Chet Holmgren, Jabari Smith Jr., and Paulo Banchero. Jaden Ivey's my pick right now. His offensive skill set, his athleticism, his quickness, that whole combo is exceptional for a combo guard. It was on display all season at Purdue. He showed big improvements in his shooting over the whole season. Was pretty efficient when he got to the rim. Showed a ton of off-ball skill that make me excited to see him next to an extra primary playmaker. I'm just more confident in his star upside than I am for anyone else left realistically at 4. And yeah, there are some skills and weaknesses that overlap with De'Aaron Fox and Davion Mitchell that make this less than a comfortable fit. But, I don't think we'd all care that much when we get to see the 3 of them be the most athletic, fun backcourt in the league next year. So he'd be my pick right now, but ask me again in a month.
We will.
Yeah.
We absolutely will.
We had the question with Keegan Murray, and we were like, he gets drafted by the Kings at 4. He's immediately their starting power forward. Do you feel that way about Jaden Ivey? And if he is, what does that mean for everybody else at that position? The Davions, the Dantes, Terrence Davis. Like, is he come in day 1 and he's your starting shooting guard?
I don't necessarily think day 1 he comes in and is the guaranteed starter, but whichever one of Davion or Jaden Ivey started, like the other one's going to be a fantastic off the bench guard for the whole of their career, however that shakes out. When it comes to immediate starter day 1, the only person in this conversation that I'm pretty confident will start day 1 is Keegan Murray. So I've been agreeing with a lot of what you guys have been saying so far on the show about him. If the Kings want to leave this draft with a guaranteed day 1 starter, that's their goal for this playoff push, then he really is their pick. But, I've been agreeing with your guys' ceiling versus floor opinion. When you're at pick number 4, I want to swing for the fences too, which is why I have a preference for Jaden Ivey at this spot.
You think Jaden Ivey is swing for the fences over Shaedon Sharpe?
Not necessarily. Like, Shaedon Sharpe is definitely more of a swing for the fences. It's really easy to see why Kenny and so many Kings fans are really excited about Shaedon Sharpe. Like, he has so many things that you just can't teach. That quick pull up, his elite athleticism and his coordination, strong size for the wing position. He has the framework to just be an incredible player in the NBA. And I agree with Kenny that his ceiling is exceptionally high. And, to be fair to a point that Kenny's been making the last couple of days, good players come from everywhere. He didn't need to have played a single minute of college basketball to be a strong pick in this class. The issue that I have is more on our end of this. It's more limiting to us on the outside of the NBA offices just to only see that high school film. Because he's going to show skills that don't matter who he's playing. But what I love about scouting college players is getting to see that growth over 30-ish games. Mm-hmm. I really would have liked to see how Sharpe's 3-point shot looked over a full year. I wanted to see how consistent his defense approach and awareness was. I wanted to see how he reacts to the bright lights of the big games. And, he's not going to be a bust because we didn't get to see those things. It's just we're left with more of an incomplete picture than we are for the other players. Mm-hmm. And so I just really hope that Monty McNair and his team have been doing all the background research on Sharpe for months now because, checking the stuff that we can't see. Kentucky let scouts into multiple practices this year. I'm really hoping the Kings got somebody in there. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, if Monty McNair drafts Shaedon Sharpe, I'm going to applaud it. That's an upside swing that just takes major confidence, especially given that reported playoff mandate. I always want the Kings to aim for stars. So I'd love to see them take him. I'm just going to be glad it's not my job on the line.
With Jaden Ivey, I want to talk about him for just a second. And you talk about that's the guy that you would go with. What has you sold on Jaden, and what are some of the concerns you would have if he was taken by the Kings before?
I think just his total package on offense, top end speed, agility, explosiveness, change of pace, 6'9" wingspan kind of makes up for the fact, like you've been saying, he's a little shorter than you'd like for that second guard next to De'Aaron Fox. But when he got downhill, there were nobody in college basketball that could keep him out of the paint. Made his shots at a 65.5% clip at the rim. His craft, once he gets into the paint, is just beautiful. And from day one in the NBA, I fully believe that is a go-to shot that he's going to be able to get to. That said, I also believe in his shooting. He took a real big step forward as a deep shooter this year, although he definitely needs to get more consistent at it. I would say that the rest of his game is more of a work in progress. His defense is incredibly inconsistent. And for, one of the worst defensive teams in the last 5 years, that's a big concern. He's definitely more of a combo guard. I don't think that he should ever be counted on as a primary point guard. And he's very much all about either getting to the rim or taking a deep shot. He just has no in-between game, no floater, no runner, no nothing. And as we see with De'Aaron Fox, you really have to threaten somewhere between that 3-point line and the basket, or dudes are just going to know what to expect from you. So I'm not going to pretend like Jaden Ivey is this guaranteed super safe potential player. He definitely has some concerns, and a lot of those concerns overlap with stuff that the Kings already have. But to me, unless you're extremely confident with Shaedon Sharpe, and I know you are, Kenny, he to me seems like the best bet for a star player, whether he's on the Kings in a couple of years or whether you're looking to trade him in a year or two because he is what everybody thinks he is. So
what is it that – sorry, Casey, go ahead.
Real quick, I just wanted to comment on what Brian said. I'm pretty confident in Shaedon Sharpe, but more important than that, I just think his potential is a risk worth taking. That's kind of what it comes down to. What he could be, it's worth taking a gamble. You know what I'm saying? And it's like when Michael Porter Jr. was there, he started having all these injury concerns, and and up until maybe the last day or two, I was just like, I love the skill set, I love what he can be, but I don't know if that's a risk worth taking. And obviously, there's no injury concerns that we know of with Shaedon right now, but you just looking at his skill set and everything else like that, then there's a bunch of questions. There's a bunch of potential downfalls. It may not work, but I just look at what's going on and I'm like, I gotta keep saying worst case scenario, because I always like to think these things worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, he's not who I think he was. I can live with that. I can live with that. That was a risk worth taking. And that's kind of where it comes from with Shaedon.
I think that's really fair. And I always want to go for the upside players. Sacramento Kings aren't going to break out of this and be a perennial playoff team by avoiding star upside and going for safe picks every time. It's really easy for me to say that, and it's pretty easy for you to say that when it's not our hot seat, when we're not sitting there, Monty McNair having to listen to Vivek say, hey, why didn't they make the playoffs this year? So, there's a difference between what I'm hoping they do and what I'm realistically expecting this team to do, given everything that we've seen from them in the last year.
Yeah.
The playoff mandate is sneaky one of my favorite things, by the way. Like, I'm just envisioning this scenario. Like, the memo goes out. I'm demanding you make the playoffs next year. You got it, boss. Like, yeah. Cool, got it. Like, we keep talking, Bryant, about Shaedon Sharpe, particularly, Kenny in introducing his thoughts on Shaedon Sharpe to us a couple of weeks ago, where we thought, any chance for the Kings to land him, they would probably have to move up. Now we realize they're in a prime position unless someone else gets tantalized in the top three to take Shaedon Sharpe on his star potential. But what exactly is it about him that's got people like Kenny? Even you're speaking pretty highly of him. What is it about him that's got everybody so boom or bust?
I honestly think that a lot of that narrative just comes from the people like us, where our ability to watch him is just all about the high school tape, where we can see the skill set that translates to the next level. But there's just so much that, and this goes all the way back to the early 2000s and the 90s when high school guys came out. Now we have a lot more resources to look at these players now than they did, but college and the G League now is a stepping stone that showcases things that you just can't see in high school. Playing against grown men who have close to your athleticism or just outweigh you. The grind of so many games and so many nights, and the big time cameras are on you. That's just, even for these big time high school players, they are on ESPN. But like, Shaedon Sharpe didn't participate in March Madness. He didn't get tested like that. So when people say boom or bust, to me, I'm not going to be able to look at his skill set and say, well, I think this is how he'd fail, or this is what's going to make him kind of a scary pick at the next level. To me, it's the attributes that you can't pin on him right now. You can't tell me that he's going to shoot X% from three over a whole season. I have no idea what kind of defender he is, because all I've seen is him defend mostly smaller guys at high school. So I think the people who've been doing their homework on Shaedon Sharpe for years are a lot more educated than 90% of the people who are sharing their opinions about Shaedon Sharpe on Twitter right now. And my only hope is that the Sacramento Kings, any team that's this high in the draft that's really considering him, has been doing that research, because they'll have a much greater understanding of why he would be a risk or what the reward is. So,
you mentioned Casey, you mentioned Jaden Ivey improving from the 3-point range. It was almost like 10 percentage points. I think he went from 25% to 35%. You talked about his consistently still needed there, but you also said something that I'm sure a lot of Kings fans thought, because we were talking about Jaden's position and him essentially being a smaller two. And you start, if anything, you got to look at him as a combo guard versus, a primary point guard. And I think, I'll speak for me, I won't speak for anybody. We're hearing guard. Oh, we're doing that again. Like De'Aaron Fox, the guard, right? Tyrese Halliburton, the guard that we traded. Davion Mitchell, the guard we just drafted. So there's Keegan Murray there, and you noted this earlier beautifully, and we should probably dive into this more, but he is solidly a starter when he enters when he walks onto the team because of a position of need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jaden might be, probably is. You probably have to figure out what you're going to do with Dante and Terrence Davis as well, because I don't imagine both of them are coming back if you're drafting Jaden Ivey. But I think there's a collective like, oh, best player available. It's another guard.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. We're just drafting a team of guards here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the complication. Like, no Kings fan's going to complain that they jumped up in the lottery, but this is the complication of ending up at pick number 4, as opposed to like pick number 2 or 3, where we could have been talking about, one of those more power forwards who really does fit this team. The complicating factor here is if you believe, like I do, that Jaden Ivey's he's a tier of talent higher than, Keegan Murray. And, is there a logical argument for this Kings team has drafted all these guards? What they really need is some consistent play at the forward spot. Yeah, Keegan Murray is going to do that from day one. But there's also Kings don't break out of this playoff slump and become an actual meaningful team by continuing to be safe, by continuing to take the guys who may not have anywhere near as high a ceiling, but they fit this team better. And you know me, last year I was arguing for all these wings and forwards because that's what I really wanted the Kings to build up on. But that was because I didn't see anyone, including Davion Mitchell, being heads and tails above any of the wings and forwards in that class. To me, Jaden Ivey is a significantly better prospect than Keegan Murray. And that's what makes the tie for me.
Okay.
We talk about these 3 guys, and I do believe it comes down to these 3 guys for the pick. Do you think that there's much of a chance that they even trade this pick? I know a lot of people are really on that, like, hey, trade the pick, whatever the case may be. I don't see that yet. I see them making the pick. And like I said, unless the price is something that you're getting an all-star back in return, I'm just making the pick. That's how I'm going about it. I'm just making the pick. Unless it's a legit all-star, that's who I'm going with.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't want to see the Kings trade this for just a starter. Like, the moment this pick jumped up, you have to either pick somebody that you truly believe is a long-time franchise, changing player, or you got to go out and get somebody who really alters the course of this squad. Now, if you're telling me, hey, Detroit is going to offer up Grant and 5 or Sadiq Bey and 5, that's my preference. Yeah, I'm going to
Bagley, and you got a done deal. Oh,
those are the kind of things I want. But, Collins, you were talking about that earlier. That's like the very least I'm going to want right now. I don't want to see Monty McNair just trade this pick to just add another starter. Main thing here, I don't want to see him trade it until the moment the Kings are on the clock, because there is a chance that Jaden Ivey or Shaedon Sharpe jumps into those top 3. And then suddenly we're talking, Chet Holmgren's there. Jabari Smith Jr.'s there. Paulo Banchero's right there. And to me, all 3 of those guys would absolutely, I'd run to the podium to grab any one of those if I'm the Sacramento Kings.
Really? Okay. All right. You've said so much, so much that is sticking out right now. And you're absolutely one of my favorites when it comes to going to draft stuff. Explain Chet Holmgren to me like I'm 5.
Okay. I don't want to undersell that big question mark because, everybody's going to look at that dude. He's as skinny as I was at his age. He's going to get knocked out by guards at this level. I'm not going to undersell that until dudes at every position are going to go at him again and again until he proves he can do something about it. But to an extent, that's also a weakness that any smart team can immediately begin to mitigate. And everything else in his game just screams that he's a dude you just cannot underrate. He is as physical as you could want from a big man, despite the fact that he's not less than 200 pounds. His rim protection is fantastic. And honestly, the combination between him and Sabonis, like, that's a great pairing.
At the same time?
At the same time. I think Chet Holmgren's got to be a power forward in the league. I do not want to see him have to go up against Joel Embiid or Rudy Gobert or Jokic every night. I want to see him be more on the perimeter big man, because I think that's where his strength is, and coming in on the weak side to protect the rim. To me, he is a top 2 player in this class. I definitely think he is more risky than Jabari Smith Jr. or Paulo Banchero, but yeah, like if he's there for Sacramento, I'm happy, I'm celebrating, and that's weird for me because I'm not a fan of Gonzaga.
That's right. Go Gales. So, and I'm kind of with Damian on this one. Like, I think he's going to be a good ball player. But like I said, I guess my mind is somewhere else, and maybe I need to bring it back. I'm talking franchise altering. I'm talking franchise altering. You got, like, do you ever see Chet being a guy that puts up 20 and 10?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I will say, I don't look at him and think, boy, he's going to be the engine of an offense, or he's going to be the absolute leading scorer of a team that competes. But
do you, real quick, not to cut you out, do you see anybody like that in this top 7?
Yeah, I do. Paulo Banchero, to me, could lead a team in scoring, could be the engine of an offense. And the reason I'd have him below the other two is that he shares a lot of the redundancies that with Sabonis. So, but to me, like, both Jabari Smith Jr. and Chet Holmgren are very good, different fits next to what the Kings already have.
Bryant, this is great stuff, man. You got me
For real.
Significantly better prospect than Keegan Murray. I wrote that in big bold letters. I'm gonna keep that one around for a while. Well, we said it. It's Bryant West season here on D-Lo and KC. I'm sure we'll be talking again. I'm going to be following all your writings and all your podcast appearances. The second you change your mind on somebody, you're going to have to come back on and explain it. Just real quick on the way out, Jalen Durant, AJ Griffin, nothing to think about.
AJ Griffin's one of my sleepers in this draft class. Like,
okay,
you can't ask for a better one of the most efficient jump shooting seasons any freshman in recent history. And I don't have to sell you guys on the value of an elite shooter in Sacramento. But it's really easy watching his tape. He's pretty stiff. And a lot of what was happening at Duke was kind of hampered by that, but also that he was pretty much the only consistent deep shooter that they had. But going back just 2 years ago, he was an incredibly explosive, athletic dude. And to me, like, he missed 2 years due to injuries and COVID. And then he came to Duke and he gained like 30 pounds of muscle. I think a smart team grabs Griffin early, gets him working with their athletic trainers. He may have the skill set, the shooting ability, physical tools. He may be the surprise star hidden in plain sight. So I don't see the Kings going for him, but if they did, to me, I'd be excited for him in a lot of the same reasons that I would be for Sharpe, because if the Kings are willing to make that gamble, boy, they must really believe in this talent. They must feel like I do, that he's just a smart team away, real good development from being a two-way star.
Bryant West talks, man. We listen. I think AJ Griffin's got to be our next deep dive, KC. Bryant, great stuff, man. We appreciate you as always, my friend. Look forward to talking again soon. Appreciate coming on the best radio show in Sac.
Yes, sir.
My man. Appreciate you.
Agreeing with me. That's how you're going to get somewhere.
I love it.
You hear him. Agree with Kenny. That's Bryant West. He recently did the Kings Pulse podcast with our man Brandon Nunez that you could check out. But man, he's got me. Well, talking about Chet as a power forward. I'm okay. Now you've got my attention in terms of not necessarily the league. I'm not really concerned about the league, but Sacramento was like, all right, because I know this is wrong, and I'll admit it out the gate. When I saw Chet a couple of nights ago, I immediately was like, oh boy, Sean Bradley is back.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Look, I get it. That's wrong, and that's not fair. Being skinny, it doesn't matter. The dude's going to get in an NBA program. His body's going to change. He'll put on size. I don't know how much size he's going to put on. He's going to get bigger. He's going to understand the strength of the NBA game here real soon. But that was my first thought. But I like the thought. I like the vision of him as a power forward, because him against Joel, him against Nikola Jokic, as physical as those two dudes are, that's tough. Now you're now you're going to go face Giannis Antetokounmpo. All right. AJ Griffin, I think that's a guy we need to dive into. But man, Jaden Ivey, significantly better prospect than Keegan Murray. Let's talk more about that. We'll get back to the phones as well before Trysta Krick joins us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Stealing with KC.
And I'll just say I got that question I want to ask all you guys, and they're probably going to this Jalen Ivey situation.
You need to write it down. Just a word of advice. Just jot it down. All right. Stealing with KC, ESPN 1320. Oh, good stuff. I didn't expect him to be in on AJ like that. That's good stuff.
Yeah, AJ's cool. I like AJ. My concern with him is his injury history.
Mm. Did you hear that? You can hear that. You connected.
Yeah. I don't know if it's playoffs. Although somebody mentioned it now that
playoff mandate.
Now that the sound won't. I don't have to worry about that. Let me see what's going on back here. Did somebody mention something? And I don't know if it's accurate. I don't know if it's accurate. I'll say it anyway, though. Bill Plaschke. But they talked about Shaden leaving the combine after some interviews. And whoever, if you're still in the chat, let me know, where you heard this exactly from. But they said he left without granting sexy chat.
That's our biggest fan.
Without granting availability to Detroit. And not I ain't saying that, but if that's true, I do believe he got a promise. If he left without, and he specifically said, "No, I'm not meeting with Detroit," he absolutely got a promise.
No. It could be.
Why would he not meet with Detroit?
It's a power move.
Which is?
I'm not going out of the top 4. It's sending a message. I'm not going out of the top 4.
What makes you say top 4 instead of top 5? Unless somebody said, "I'm taking you before 5." I
don't know. Maybe his agent doesn't want to go to Detroit. I don't know. I'm throwing alternatives out there. I'm a broadcast journalist.
That's like somebody saying, "I'm not going out of the top 6." That's a kind of a random number, right? They usually say top 3, top 5, top 10, something like that. I'm not going out of the top 4, so I won't meet with 5.
So
unless I know,
I don't know
out of the top 4.
But I don't. Okay, so we went through the teams, the Rockets, the Thunder, and
Houston,
Orlando.
Oh, you said
Orlando. Yeah, I went in reverse order. Sorry.
Yeah.
And those draft picks, those top 3 guys fit.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to envision. It's hard to envision them not being drafted there. So if there's a strong belief within the world of agents that these 3 are being drafted, Jabari, Chet, and Paolo, it's like the Carson Wentz, Jared Goff draft. You knew those 2 teams moved up, the Eagles and the Rams moved up to draft a quarterback. And whether it was Goff or whether it was Wentz, you knew those 2 were going first. And the draft essentially started at 3.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was Bosa. Bosa was essentially the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Mm-hmm. The quarterbacks went first, The first 2 picks, and everybody knew that. The draft started after those 2 quarterbacks went, and it's Joey Bosa. Maybe it's a power play to say that, okay, like, yeah, no, y'all got that. The draft starts at 4. My guy's going first. Because it's hard for me, because I doubt that Shaden Sharpe on his own went, I'm not meeting with Detroit, but I'm meeting with Sacramento.
Yeah, no, for sure. He didn't say that. He was advised by agent or manager or whatever not to meet with him. Yeah, for sure.
Well, we know who was in Chicago scouting, so maybe you got the promise. I've seen all I need to. I've seen all I need to.
I don't think he got the promise, but yeah, if that's true, he might have got a promise. I'd promise him.
It's a shame. I the only time I ever hear the second and third verse of the song is by accident.
Yeah,
it's like, oh shoot. Hey Siri, skip. I didn't mean to. No, I just wanted to hear the beginning and move on. It's Thilo and Casey here on ESPN 1320. During the commercial break, Kenny gave his promise ring to Shaden Sharpe.
Promise ring. See now,
he's Drew Hill. I never make a promise that I can't keep. He over here singing love songs to Shaden Sharpe. It's all right. That's all right.
Hey, look. He interviews with the Kings and maybe some other teams, you know. Then he says, I'm leaving the combine.
Could be.
The funny thing about it is I'm alluding to the fact that the Kings made him a promise. A couple people in the chat are talking about OKC. They're just throwing it out there. OKC made the promise. I could see Presti doing that.
Making the move. Yeah.
Presti is probably out of the top 3. I could see him making the move to kind of mess up the apple cart and take Shaden Sharpe at 2. I don't think Houston would. I don't think Orlando would.
What would Houston do in that case? Would they stick to Paolo? Would they go to would they go to Chet? Assuming that Jabari went first.
Yeah, I'm assuming Jabari went first. I think they would go Paolo, and that would be Chet. That would put Chet at 4.
Chet at 4. What would you think about? What would you? What would you think about Chet Holmgren at 4?
I'd be scratching my head a little bit. I'd be nervous.
Okay.
I'd be nervous because I don't know. I'm just, and it's weird because I do think he's like really skilled. I like his skill set, but just I don't know what he's going to end up being in this league. I don't know how people are so sure about what he's going to be in this league because I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to score at a high level, and if he's going to be. I think he's going to be a good rebounder. I think he's going to protect the rim pretty well, but is he going to be somebody that gets in foul trouble often? And I just don't know. I don't know.
Here's what ESPN wrote. Holmgren, arguably the most talented prospect in the draft. In Holmgren, the Thunder can acquire the draft's biggest difference maker defensively, a force on the glass, and a rim protector who also shot 39% from beyond the arc and brings significant upside as a passer, finisher, and shot creator.
I can see it. I'm just not seeing it, if that makes sense. I'm not seeing it as clearly. It's like the thing they do on Twitter where, you know, they have a blurry picture and then they have a picture of glasses and then you see it clearly and it's somebody else. I'm still seeing the blurry picture. I'm seeing the blurry picture. I see it's there. I see what's going on. I'm still seeing the blurry picture. But I agree with Jack in the chat from my ears to the street. You said Jabari going first. I think Chet goes number 1. Orlando.
Oh, I'm just looking. I use Jabari because of I had an ESPN mock draft in front of
Which
me.
would go crazy at that point, because if Chet does go number 1 and say OKC takes Shaden, now it's Paolo or Jabari. I feel like Houston would go Jabari. That would bring Paolo to Sacramento. I'd be excited for that. I'd be excited for Paolo coming here.
Chet's listed as 195 pounds, and I absolutely believe that's a lie. No, we don't need to lie about his height. Just lie about his weight. 60% from the field, 39% from three, 71% from the free throw line. He averaged close enough to call 10 rebounds per game. Just under 2 assists. So hearing about how he's a good passer, the numbers don't. I mean, maybe he is a good passer, and they're just not resulting in shots and 14 points per game. So
yeah, I think he's a good, from everything that, when I watch Gonzaga and then just hearing his story. I mean, I think he has guard-like skills in that respect, and passing and everything. I could be wrong. I don't know. I feel like he might have been, the Anthony Davis type, where he had a super growth spurt. So before that, he was a guard, and then he had the growth spurt, and it took him into this, the center type frame. So because of that, he had a good amount of time being a guard, being a distributor, being a playmaker. So he understands that, and he brought those skills with him when he grew. I don't know if that's how it played out. I feel like I heard that somewhere, but I do think he's pretty good passing big man.
Tournament games for Chet, last 5 tournament games for Chet, 11, 9, 19, 8, and 17. Those are his point totals. Rebounds, 14, 9, 17, 8, 8. Bryant, come back and explain it to me like I'm 2.
What did he do in that Memphis game? Because I remember watching that, and I was like, yeah.
9 points, 9 rebounds. 9 points, 9 rebounds, 4 blocks, 5 personal fouls.
He was in foul trouble. He fouled out, actually.
He was in foul trouble in the Arkansas game too.
Yeah. Chet,
I'm sure there's.
I'd be super intrigued. I'm not even gonna say like, oh, I'd be super excited. I'd like, I gotta see this guy up close and personal. I gotta see what's going on.
This is dumb. I recognize that. Is there an instant concern about drafting like a dude that size, like a 7-footer, and you start, oh man, what about their feet?
Yeah, all the time. That's what I worry about.
What about their knees? What about their ankles? What about, because obviously he's not carrying much weight, so it's not necessarily a Greg Oden, Joel Embiid, like those guys were, a little bit different size. Spoiler alert, it's worked out okay for Joel. He'll gain size his first, 3 years. Go back. I mean, not that skinny. Dude, Dwight was super skinny when he entered the league.
Mm-hmm.
He got in there with the Orlando Magic, and he says he ate a bunch of candy. I think that's a work, unless he's just a physical freak. By the way, do you see any Orlando Dwight and Bam Adebayo? I was watching Bam last night. I was like, man, I feel like this dude's got everything. I just don't know that he knows how to put it together. Like, I was watching him move, catching passes. He was doing so much before the game got out of control. I'm like, man, there's a potentially dominant player inside Bam Adebayo.
I don't see that.
Okay.
I don't see Dwight. Dwight was different.
No, Orlando Dwight was special, but 100%. Like, he all 75 Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah.
But I was just watching the way the way he's built, the way he moved. I was like, man, I feel like Bam should be different.
I almost feel like
his place in the league should be different.
They got him playing center. I think he's a little bit out of position. He's to me, and he's great. Like, I think he's a really good ball player. I enjoy watching. But a little bit of a tweener. Like, he doesn't really stretch the floor well enough, I don't think, to be a 4. And I think he gets away with being a center in the way the game is played today. But ideally, I'd have him as a 4. That's what I've always thought his position was. But they play him at center. So when he goes up against a Robert Williams, that's when you see he's not really a center. Because Robert Williams is a center. Yeah. And that's where it comes out like, he's about an inch or two shorter than what you would want at that center position.
So. I like Bam. Like, I keep thinking, right there. And like, he's still right there. He's still in the same spot. And maybe this is just who he is as a player. And again, he's really good, but there were just moments, there were flashes last night where I was like, man, this dude he should be really special.
He's good.
I hope he can put it together. Yeah, I like him. There's a good fit there for him. Yeah. I feel he's just, something's missing with him. And I don't know what it is. Is the center, think this through just a second, talk amongst yourselves.
You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about boxing here while you think.
Okay. I got it. It came to me just like that. Last time you brought up boxing, you were hooking hookers. I got it. Let's not go back there.
Hook with the hooker.
Is the center the most like wild card position in basketball? Like, when you like, drafting a center is really tough because of how physical it is. And there's obviously the physicality involved with being center. Obviously there's the physical part of it. There's the fighting, there's the actual, impact on your body, but there's a mental aspect to that too. You always hear the line, feed the big man, feed the big man, feed the big man early. Because if they don't eat, they're going to get bored down there. They're not going to keep working for that position in the post. It's got to be difficult for these bigs who don't get the ball when you're working and you're grinding and you're fighting in the post, and a possession goes by and another possession goes by and another possession goes by, and you're not getting the ball. You come back on the next possession. What the hell am I going to fight for?
Right.
I'm down here. I'm down here scrapping with these 300-pound dudes, and you won't throw me the ball. Well, maybe not 300-pound dudes, but you down here scrapping with these big dudes, and I can't get the rock.
I can believe that. Absolutely.
It's a wild card position.
It is, man, and it's tough to evaluate. I think that's part of the reason why so many times people talk about like the big men always being late to develop and things of that nature. Yeah, it's a crapshoot. You don't know how these guys are going to go. You don't. The other thing about it is these guys typically have always just been the biggest guys. So all throughout high school and college, they're the biggest. You know what I mean? And they're able to bully guys and do all that other stuff. And when you get to the NBA, where you got other 7-footers, 6'11", 16 guys around you, it's like, oh, some of the things I used to do don't necessarily work the same way.
Don't work. Yeah, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Trysta Krick, Bet MGM tonight. Trysta, so sorry about the 7th pick, bro. Like, the Sacramento Kings fortunes had to come at the expense of someone, and it came at the expense of your Portland Trail.
I hated have to be Tryst.
I immediately thought of you guys, though. I did. It was like, of course it was Sacramento. Of course we're going to talk about it today. But the thing that I'm interested in is how you guys are going to make the wrong pick. Like, is it going to be Keegan Murray or is it going to be Jaden Ivey? Because I think it'll be one of those two, and I think it will be deeply disappointing. Don't you feel like it has to be Jaden, right?
I get you're upset. I understand that you're lashing out, and that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. I understand. You can lash out. We're here. That we're your therapy. We got you.
Who do you guys want?
Well,
Kenny, go ahead.
It's two different school of thoughts here a little bit. We got the gambler, we got the conservative when we talk about basketball. That's what we're talking about. But I'm all in on Shaedon Sharpe. I said, let's go. Let's go for the gusto. Is it a sure thing? Absolutely not. Could be a bust. Could be, just an average guy. I see star potential in him. And this is a guy that we've essentially never had in this city and with this franchise. And I don't know if you really had that many opportunities to get him. I'm going for the gusto. I want Shaden.
He could be an Ant Edwards for you, right? Like a spark plug, somebody that you could. I'm talking about upside, Damian, upside.
You mentioned Anthony Edwards. That you can win me over with that because I love Anthony Edwards and everything he does for Minnesota.
Just like transforming the. I've been obviously reading a lot about New York baseball because of the show on Saturday, and like there's this palpable difference in the Mets organization because of some of the guys that they've brought in, like guys like Max Scherzer, who immediately changed the tenor of things. Right. And you've got, congratulations on Mike Brown, by the way. I don't think we've talked since then. So congratulations.
Thanks, I guess. Yeah.
Is that a genuine congratulations or?
Okay. Could be worse. I think
it's a coach. You hired him. That's pretty much what it is.
Kenny Atkinson would have been a cool hire. I was thinking about him today as like the finalist for the Lakers. And I was like, wow, that would have been kind of a cool development piece. You know, he's a guy who can straighten teams up, young teams. But back to the culture thing. So you've got a new coach, and like you've got obviously the new manager for the Mets. He comes in and he sets the tone, kind of more old school, more instinctive. And then you bring in a guy like Max, who's just a proven winner that everyone wants to galvanize around. And like that's what Ant Edwards was for the Timberwolves. Like, don't make any mistakes, right? It's not Karl Anthony Towns. It's not D'Lo. It's Ant.
It's not Pat Bev.
It's not. I mean, I think Pat Bev is like a nice role player dog that you need on the team to pop off and irritate others. But like in terms of a tone setter, a guy who can go out and not just say a lot, but he can go out and do a lot on a given night. Like I've heard a lot of as I've gone through my travels, my basketball communication travels, I've heard good things about Shaden Sharpe's upside. Feels like a good pick for your franchise. You know what I mean? Like, whereas I feel Keegan Murray makes no sense. Keegan Murray feels like a pacer to me.
Well, no sense. That's a little harsh, Trysta.
I mean,
he's a position fit. If nothing else, he's a position fit.
Sure.
But I like Jaden Ivey. He's the one I like. You talk about the risk for the gambler versus the the scaredy cat. Kenny's the gambler. I'm the one who's like, I don't know, man. Jaden Ivey's a winner. His mom's at Notre Dame. He's been around the game since he was in the womb. Like, I think his mom averaged 20 minutes per game when she was about to have him. Like, he is basketball. And I heard great, you don't want too many of these guys. You need the Pat Bevs and Edwards and all those guys. He's a good kid. Like, he's a good kid who's going to bust his ass and work for this organization.
That part, he's a good kid. He is. You got to go back and watch that. And I don't like to say anything's like one game that changes, who someone is, a defining moment in college. You can overcome these things, but like St. Peter's, I think, stole part of his soul. Like that loss. If you watch, anybody who wants Jaden Ivey needs to go back and watch that game, because you're talking about a Purdue team that was considered to be very highly touted throughout preseason. They were supposed to go far pretty much since like the season preface began, like all the buzz began. It was like Purdue was a huge name, and they were very disappointing and up and down all year. And a lot of that was largely due to Jaden, right? And I think my criticism of him, or my worry, if I was you, Damian, and this is why I made fun of it, is like when the lights get bright and the pressure gets high and he gets punched in the mouth, Jaden Ivey's, and this could change, right? He could grow up. Jaden Ivey's body language is terrible. He looked like he was in tears pretty much that entire game. Like, you could just see it welling, like, in his eyes. His shoulders were slumped. He didn't want the ball. The only time he was airballing open threes, just bad stuff. And then the only time really that he came and hit a quote unquote clutch shot was with like 8 seconds left, and it was kind of a meaningless three that sort of kind of put him back into the game. So if you look at those like kind of moments for him, I said to myself, and this was a joke, but also going to be something mean, it's like, how do I know that Jaden Ivey is the perfect fit for the Sacramento Kings? Like, he'll never have any pressure. Like,
Oh,
never. I know it's mean.
damn it.
He'll never have to like go and be like a New York Knick, right? Like if he was a Knick, he would just absolutely just crumble. And the pedigree of his mom, like, listen, we've got kids that have parents in the NBA and they're nothing like them. The next generation is less resilient, less tough, less bootstraps. I am for you. If I was you, I would not want Jaden Ivey. And I could totally be wrong. Maybe he's the next Jaw, but I don't think he is. And from people around the league who actually play in the league, they've said like he's not really a 1 and he's not really a 2.
Yeah, and that's we were actually just talking about that a few minutes ago. That's one of my greater concerns, more than anything about the young man, is we're gonna go guard again. We're gonna go small, like a small guard again. Like that's
5 years.
That's concerning. Like if you like, you know, Shaden can do multiple things. He could play 3, he could play 2. If we're gonna go that way, like I get it, but my biggest concern with Jaden Ivey is more the position than anything else.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a package thing. Like I'm not really sure how he fits in. Defensively, he's okay. Like obviously, you need somebody to help you on the perimeter defensively. That's big. You know, you've got 2 guys that are not really interested in defense, in De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, right? So unless they change their mentality, you got to find somebody who can fill the gaps, like get blocks, like figure out. I actually thought maybe you guys would want to trade back and get maybe multiple pieces.
Yeah, people keep saying that.
I'm not interested in trading this pick for some random for Caleb Martin. Like, no.
Oh, no. I meant just trade back in the draft and maybe get like trade Rashawn Holmes to and then like get 2 picks out of it or something. You know?
Get some random small forward out of Arkansas with the 17th pick. Not interested.
If Jeremy Grant, if the Pistons want to talk about Jeremy Grant, we'll listen. If they want to move up, if we could do the old 49ers Solomon Thomas thing and sell them on, no, we're really taking this guy and switch places with them, throwing Rashawn, Jeremy Grant gets involved. Like, all right.
They really thought.
I do. I think that would piss Troy Weaver off. It feels like he said in his press conference before they even got the 5th pick, wherever we pick 1 to 5, I know I'm getting my guy. I was like, oh, okay. What does that mean? Doesn't that like make you go, oh, like you seem very confident.
That's ridiculous.
Right?
That's ridiculous.
That's like a Danny Ainge, like knowing he's taking Tatum's like, you can have first pick. I don't care. Like I'm taking this Tatum kid.
He was right on that one.
Yeah.
And you brought that up though, Damon, and it just made me chuckle. They really thought John Lynch was taking Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah, no, I love this kid. What do you mean? Oh, you want to trade up? Sure, we could talk about it. It's going to cost you.
They did that again this year. Remember who were they like rumored? It was like maybe it was Zach Wilson or maybe it was Mac Jones. I forget who.
Well, they did it with. They moved up to get Justin Bears.
Trey Lance.
Oh, the Niners. No.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Niners have done that again. Like they pretend they're interested in another quarterback and they're not really ever interested in that.
She's saying Kyle let those Mac Jones rumors.
Yeah, you can say
yeah.
out there.
Remember it was like there was a lot of buzz about the Niners wanting Mac Jones. He's like, yeah, we were never interested in Mac Jones.
Every NFL insider was so pissed. They were so well. My sources told me. I don't know what changed, but my sources told me. We were talking. You could hear Trysta, by the way, talk basketball on the Heat Check podcast as well as Bet MGM tonight. Who's the best player in the game right now?
I think it's
left playing.
I think it's left.
Left playing. Yeah. I'll give you a hint. His name has already come up in this conversation.
Yeah, I think it's Tatum. Yeah, I think it's Tatum left. I think, listen, it's a real close call between. It's always been, to me, for some reason, it's always been neck and neck for me with Tatum and Luka. Like it's just, I always put them together, and that's great company. Like no matter which side you're on, like their bags are deep. Jason Tatum is on another planet right now. Speak of heat checks, like he is a heat check for him all day, every day, contested, not contested. He's shooting over you. Doesn't he look taller than 6'8"? His wingspan has got to be like 7'1" because he pulls up and his release point is so high and it's not even hitting the rim ever. And his footwork is ridiculous. Like, it's just, I hate to say it, but it's like watching Jason Tatum is like watching basketball porn. When he is in his bag, it's like as good as it gets. You want to give that to somebody to fall in love with the game. Jason Tatum will make you fall in love with the game.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum is basketball porn. There it is. There you have it.
Quote board, Trysta Krick says, Jason Tatum makes her ...
Oh my. Oh my.
This is wild.
What will she say next?
Imagine if she had said the Greek freak. Imagine where that would have gone.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Bum, 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 bum.
I think Tatum is emerging as like I asked the best player playing right now. I think Tatum is like entering that rarefied air where Giannis and Nikola Jokic and LeBron James and only a handful of players are. Yeah, I think he's entering that rarefied air as a player right now.
He's like not KD, but he's like he is like KD-esque. Like the things that he does. And he's such a good defender too.
That's the X factor right there.
He's got straps and his attitude right now is so good. You know, he doesn't seem like the frustrations of the moment, whether it's like getting ticky-tack fouls called on him, having to sit on the bench, really bothers him as much as it has in the past. And I think it comes down to the confidence that Ime has given them. It's like when you go to a class and the teacher never gives you good grades, like they just never give you love. They're slandering you to the class. Like, by the way, Trysta, like she did on her report, like she was an idiot because she did this, this, and this. And then when like the praise comes, you're like, oh, like this praise is real. And Ime I was listening to a podcast earlier today that sort of echoed the sentiments that I had all year long, which was like, is Ime about to be a one and done coach? Because he is burying his team in public and calling out names like his name is corrupt. And like, he's just like ready, right? He's like shots fired and it worked because he was doing it privately and publicly and letting them know like what time it was. So now that Jason Tatum has gone through that fire in a way that he never had with Brad Stevens, who he had his entire career, sort of a testament to how good he was that he didn't have to like, he was pretty soft with Brad. And now I feel like he's taken the dog is there. And that's something I always wondered about Jason Tatum. Like when adversity hits, will Jason Tatum rise to the occasion? And the answer is absolutely yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
by the way, Benedict Mathurin, if you want to know who I want for seventh pick.
Really?
I want Benedict Mathurin. Yeah.
To pair up with Dame.
6'6", good defender, gritty, built for the moment. Has a nice tool bag. Like I'm good on Anthony Simons. I'm ready to trade him.
Well, now you need to calm down.
Okay.
Now you really need to calm down because that's my boy.
You still want Rashawn Holmes? I think you text me about Rashawn Holmes. You still want him?
Well, you're gonna have Jaden Ivey, so you have enough, right? You have enough. I want Miles Bridges. That's come up. Cody Martin has come up. I'd be fine with them.
Why don't you like Simons?
Here's the thing. Like, we need to get philosophically on the same page with this. Two guards that don't play defense and have to share time on the court at the same time will never win you anything, like ever. And so I'm just struggling to see how it's going to work unless you say we're out on Dame. And like, the last time I checked, we are still all in on Dame. So is he like a safety valve? Is he a backup plan? Is he a bridge to the future making $20 million a year? Because that's probably what he's going to command. Mm-hmm. Someone's going to offer him a lot of money. And I could see us not matching it or doing like a sign and trade or something. Because I even texted somebody within the organization, like, do Anthony Simons and Dame work together as a backcourt, considering they're both negative defenders? And they never responded to my text.
That's cold. Chauncey left Trysta on red. That's
It's like they
cold.
left me on red. I'm like, so is that a no?
It's cold game.
It's a cold game. So somebody like Benedict, I think, could step in. Or, I've heard comparisons. Speaking of the Celtics, I heard comparisons, and this would just make me so happy. If AJ Griffin could turn into Jaylen Brown, he feels a little longer, like a little more stretched out than Jaylen. Like Jaylen,
a little stiffer too. He's a little stiffer.
Yeah.
He's a little stiffer. But boy, is that jump shot nice, and he can defend a little bit. Talk about NBA pedigree. His dad played in the league as well, hence the J.
Absolutely. Let me ask you a question, and I know you're going to keep it a stack with me, and that's what you do. And I want you to know you're not alone. All right, I'm with you when I ask you this. Yes, indeed. How much are you dreading the NBA Finals going back to Golden State? Because I'm there. I can't. I'm sick. I'm sick that it's actually happening again. But you know what? It's going to happen again. And you know what? They might end up winning the whole damn thing.
You think they can beat Boston?
They can.
No.
I would pick Boston, but they can beat Boston. That's a toss-up series. And I don't even like the Celtics.
It makes me sick. And people think I dislike the Warriors. That's a lie. I like Steph. I like Clay. I really like Clay. I like Draymond. We've gone through so much together. Me and Draymond. I like Steve Kerr. I think I told you guys I caddied for Steve Kerr before I ever got into the business at Bannon Dukes. I like the organization. I like the guys that they have like down the bench. I just hate the fan base that's so delusional. It's like you guys haven't been anywhere in the last 2 years, but that 2 years is like a blip. Like they've, I don't know if you guys have seen Endgame where like Thanos blips them. Those people were blipped for the last 2 years. They forgot that they'll tell you, well, Steph was out of the hand and Clay was out. So those years really don't count, that we were in the lottery and this, that, and the other. But it does count. Like you weren't invited to the bubble. You did not even get like a mail invite. and they're so certain. They're just so certain.
Yeah. I know. Now, see, the thing about it is they had all that happen. Looked like it was time to pray for their downfall, and they're back. And much like T.O. said one time, it's on fire. It's on fire.
It is. And they obviously squandered the James Wiseman pick. We know that now, right? We squandered that. But in the same breath, you get Jordan Poole, who could have been he's giving you the production of a number 2 pick. His bag, talk about a guy who's got like a very deep bag of tricks and like elite footwork and shot making and can shoot from wherever and has adopted tricks from Steph and Clay into some little cyborg baby, like of both of them. It's like makes me sick. It makes me sick, the embarrassment of riches that they had.
They got Kuminga just hanging out. They got Moses Moody, who would probably start for the Kings. That he don't even play. It's
always even if you talk to like the light years guys, like it's always like kind of on the knife's edge where you're like, I'm not sure if they're like, we can continue this current dynasty while trying to prevent any downturn. And so like we're getting some guys for the future who can definitely not help us in late game situations now. Like that Silicon Valley VC mindset of building a roster. Like it's always like unclear whether that's the right or wrong move. Like day to day, you're kind of like, that was definitely the wrong move. They need X, Y, or Z. You could have gotten Nick Batum and paid him more or whatever. And it's like or you needed a big like JaVale McGee. Instead, you got this. And then like somehow they prevail. Like somehow, I'm on a soapbox now. Where did Andrew Wiggins come from? Like where did this version of Andrew Wiggins emerge from? Because they're just going to trade him for something awesome this offseason.
Rashawn Holmes.
And then Andrew Wiggins will do like absolutely nothing afterwards. It's like you're just wondering. Kevon Looney, 22 rebounds in a game, 12 in one quarter. Who is you? Like, and I love Kevon Looney. Good guy, good kid.
It's unfair.
They're strong.
Hate Chris Paul. Why? Why they hate him so much?
They hate Chris Paul and they hate Russell Westbrook, and I don't understand it at all.
And they get mad at me because I have the audacity to claim fairly that I thought was like, I don't know. I thought this was common knowledge that Steph's not a point guard.
Oh, they hate that. Oh, it took every ounce of restraint I had to not jump in that conversation. Nothing good comes about of jumping in a Twitter conversation, but I was team Trysta in that. And I'm like, you know what? One day I'm going to talk to Bonte and I'll just tell Bonte there's no way I am jumping in this.
Bonte came at me. Like,
oh yeah. He wanted your head.
He was like, I've seen every Steph Curry dribble. And I'm like,
he essentially told you to watch more basketball.
He essentially was like, hey, stay in your lane, Christine Leahy, little Twitter troll. I know the real basketball. I texted Bill Handy. I texted Nick Nurse. I texted multiple player development people. I mean, I was going through the roster. Hey, quick basketball question for you when you get a second, because I'm being gaslit. Bonte gaslit me to the point where I had to go and like get it affirmed.
That's hilarious.
Because like truthfully, does Steph think about his teammates in terms of like, okay, the game plan's X. I gotta make sure Wiggs gets involved early.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to give touches to Kevon to help him get rebounds more on the other side?
We lost an entire day on this conversation one day. And like Kenny I just said the distinction he gets is he's the greatest shooter of all time. That's the distinction Steph Curry gets. You want to place him in a position. LeBron James has twice as many assists as Steph Curry does.
People will be like, well, Steph Curry gets 4 or 5 assists. And I go, and Nikola Jokic gets 15. So, I mean, I don't know what we're doing here.
I was team Trysta. Team Trysta.
I understand what everybody's saying. All I'm saying is if you have to put a position on him, you would put point guard.
Greatest shooter of all time.
But in this
you wouldn't call him a shooting.
In a positionalist league, you could probably, if you want to get crazy about it, you could probably say the closest thing to a point guard they have is Draymond Green. He just happens to not be bringing the ball up the court or a particularly good shooter, but a guy who's like setting the tempo, running the offense. They don't have a point guard really.
But he will tell you he's the greatest player of all time.
Draymond?
Yes, he will be the first to tell you that.
Yeah.
Draymond don't do nothing but hand off to Steph. Ain't no damn Steve Nash out there.
And I said this to whoever I was talking to. I was like, so is the mentality now in this new league, right, is like you just put the ball in your best scorer's hand as early as you can. Like they catch the out of bounds pass and they bring it up if they're able to do that. That's what they do, right? And they're like, yes. I'm like, okay, so if Steph was off ball all the time, like people would just literally shade him and try to prevent him from getting the ball. So you can't stop him from getting the ball if he gets it from the out of bounds. And he's too quick and too shifty for you to try to pick him up at half or full court all the time. He doesn't set the offense. He is the offense.
I agree.
That's Trysta Krick, Bet MGM tonight, host of the Heat Check podcast. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Tell him in person to apologize because it diminishes it when other Big J journalists tell you don't know what the hell you're talking about in public. I don't know.
That's why I chose.
That's why Damian didn't want to get in.
No, I ain't getting.
There's this Portland thing that's going on right now. You probably don't notice it because you don't follow them. Dwight Jaynes and Aaron Fentress, 2 Oregon, Portland journalists. They literally just go. They source off. They counter each other. Like, nope, that's not true. Nope, that actually is true. And it's like it's a bad scene, and that's what it would have become if you would have jumped in. It would have been like, actually, Bonte.
Well, actually,
according to like 17 player development head coaches and assistant coaches, the point guard position is actually diminished.
I texted Nick Nurse, and here's what he said.
Let me just send you the screenshots.
One of these days, we're gonna have this discussion. You know, when the Kings are in the Western Conference Final, I'll be like, Is Shaedon Sharpe really a shooting guard? He's really a small forward, to be honest. I mean, look what he does. This guy's averaging 28, but he has 9 rebounds tonight, so that makes him a small. We're going to have this discussion.
Made the All-NBA team twice.
Made the All-NBA team twice. I thought about if they go to the finals, just showing up there and seeing what happens.
Oh, that's a good idea. It's a good idea. That's a good idea. We love you, Trysta. We went super long. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Appreciate you more than you know.
Yes,
Love
indeed. Yes, indeed. Bye. That's Trysta Krick, Bet MGM tonight. We should probably take a break. We'll come back. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right. Casey, you got a show?
Yeah. Let me
flip back. You want to flip back over?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That'd be a hell of a matchup. Hold on 1 second. Wow. Damn, and I'd be like rooting for Boston. That's sad. All right, here we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to Meister, all my people over there, Meister Watches, Ryan and the whole crew. Got to talk about David Benavidez back on the scene this Saturday night, going up against David Lemieux. Lemieux, who at one point in time was supposed to be an up-and-comer, somebody that, they thought was going to be next, suffered some losses, and it was clear he wasn't that guy. Now, he's looked at as a good test for David Benavidez. For me personally, I think he's just going to end up being food for David Benavidez. I think Benavidez handles him rather easily. I think he stops him. And I think David Benavidez in this fight on Saturday night is going to be looking to make a statement. He's going to be looking to make it known to everybody out there that I am one of the top 168s. I am a guy that Canelo is running from. His words, not mine. But I think he's looking to make a statement, and I think he's going to put a hurting on Lemieux. Now, the thing about it is, when you talk about 168, you talk about Canelo Alvarez and him coming back down possibly instead of doing a rematch with Bivol. I'll give him the opportunity to go out there and make the Triple G money. You already put it out there. It's already out there. Go ahead and get that bag. That's fine. That's whatever, even though nobody wants to see the fight. Whatever. Get the bag. Make the business decision. After that, I really don't want to hear no more Jamal and Benavidez need to fight each other and all this other stuff. Cinco de Mayo 2023, Cinco de Mayo weekend. I want to see Canelo Alvarez against David Benavidez. That's a fight that needs to happen. That needs to happen for the culture. That needs to happen for boxing fans all over the place. A Mexican battle between two of the best to do it right now, Benavidez and Canelo. Benavidez, go ahead, smack up Lemieux on Saturday so you can make a statement. Take this other regular, I don't even care what the fight would have to be after that, but you take that fight and you set up Canelo Benavidez next Cinco de Mayo weekend. That's what the people want to see. Let's make it happen. That's the 13th round. Where's he at? Pragmatic. Stop crying. They just cry all the time. They cry and complain all the time. Oh my gosh. Stop crying. Jesse's sounding off. Everybody knows how good the Warriors are. We all acknowledge how great the Warriors are. Damn near pick them every series. Every series they play, damn near get. Yeah, I think the Warriors are going to win. Just be crying all the time. That's like the year they won 73 games, and I watched SportsCenter every morning because it was part of my morning routine getting ready to go to work. Every morning they led SportsCenter, Warrior fans. Oh, the national media just ignoring this historically great team. You're on every morning.
I'm a bad.
Lock
your windows, close your doors. Someone in the chat earlier said "Ready to Die" was overrated.
It was probably Young Cove or NBA Old Boy who have bad music takes.
It took everything I had to not like. Oh yeah, we're gonna block you forever. That's like that's the worst. You don't have to love the app. Overrated is one of the worst takes ever.
The part of the chatty house, they're part of the family. You know, we all got cousins that we don't like. We don't speak to. You know what I mean? But they're still family. NBA Old Boy and Young Cove have the worst music takes I've ever heard. Consistently, they do. Like, I don't think I've ever agreed with anything they've said music-wise.
Or otherwise. No, NBA Old Boy. NBA
Old Boy solid. Young Cove be wilding, bro.
Oh, he be wilding.
Wilding.
What did I walk into during that commercial break? Like, you talking about SportsCenter and...
So, you know, we had our guy, once again, family here in the chatty house. That's not personal. I enjoy my guy being in here. Pragmatic pessimist. And he says, would love to hear Trysta's analysis without the anti-Warrior sentiment. Pretty much the same with KC.
Oh my
Kenny,
God. How dare you? How dare you, Kenny?
For anybody that cries more than Warrior fans, all they do is cry and complain about somebody not liking their team or giving them their just due. Fam, every single series that's been picked basically for the last 7 playoffs, they've been picked to win by me and everybody else.
No.
I was talking about the year they won 73 games. Just had to hear them cry. Oh, nobody gives us our respect. And we're having a historic season and nobody gives us our respect.
Yeah.
And they were leading SportsCenter every single night. I don't even think Laker fans cry. Like, I really don't. They're just a little arrogant. They don't cry like Warrior fans do.
Oh, wow. Oh,
that's the thing. Step better.
So we're just going to war with everybody. All right, we'll go to war with the Warriors, the Lakers. Who else we going to war with? Come on, man. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Man.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know the Warriors. I think Jesse used the key word right there. The Warriors are strangely insecure. Warrior fans are strangely insecure.
They get picked to win all the time. All the time.
What more do y'all want? Like,
everyone was counting us out.
There is
Doc Rivers. Nobody expected us to be here.
Oh, Doc, nobody expected us to be here. Doc, you were brought here to win a title and literally nothing else. Oh man.
I just don't understand it, man. I don't understand. I don't know what they'll do stuff like ESPN will show everybody that picks the team, the series, right? And it'll be Warriors in 7, Warriors in 6, Warriors in 6, Warriors in 7, Warriors in 5, or whatever. And then you get like and he didn't do this, but you get like a Mark J. Spears who says Rockets in 7. Oh, the disrespect at ESPN. We'll show them. Shut up.
Yeah.
And now they're all throughout our streets out here. They're all throughout our streets because of our housing market.
They really are. I mean, they are. Yo, that crew is deep. That crew is deep, man. Warriors are they're sick of our disrespect. That's what it is. And they're not the only ones. There's someone else who is sick of our disrespect.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's your boy Bob Cousy. your boy Bob Cousy has had about enough of JJ Redick and the firemen's and the policemen. He took his Presidential Medal of Freedom or whatever it was that he got, and he decided to clap back.
Oh.
People with less talent will always try to make a name for themselves by criticizing other people and hopefully
Obviously,
getting...
he also has a phone he still has the same phone from when he played.
He's the Red Auerbach on the same phone.
He's talking to Sirius XM on the same phone he used to talk to Red Auerbach on.
People with less talent will always try to make a name for themselves by criticizing other people and hopefully getting some attention and perhaps increasing their credibility. So when you respond to something like this, you play into their hands. I won't do that, but I will defend the firemen and the plumbers that he referenced, and I'll just give you a few of their names of these firemen that I played with and against during those years. How about Bill Russell, the aforementioned, not too bad a player.
No.
Wilt Chamberlain, remember that guy? He wasn't bad. I guess he must have fought fires as well, but in any event, Wilt Chamberlain, still the best, in my judgment, small forward that ever played the game. A guy named Elgin Baylor, a couple of point guards that weren't too shabby. My colleague who also had an award created, a guy named Oscar Robertson, who was pound for pound the best player perhaps in the game. Jerry West wasn't too shabby. No. The guys on our team, Sam and Casey Jones, a guy named Hondo Havlicek wasn't too bad. Tom Heinsohn, Frank Ramsey, George Mikan, Bob Pettit. I could go on and on. And we must have had the best firemen and plumbers on the planet at the time. So, and I was very proud to play with all of them.
You did, in fact, the best firemen and plumbers on the planet. That's why you won.
Well, let me be the first to say, more power to Bob Cousy. You know what?
Bob Cousy
we have been crapping all over his career, and I'm not mad at Bob. It's time to clap back. Y'all been talking crazy for a year and a half, especially you, KC. All right, especially you, KC in Sacramento. You've been talking crazy. It's time to clap back. Man. I ain't mad at Bob. That's exactly what it was. Wow. 30 years younger, I can't get her ass. Wow. Now, look, with that being said, man, Bob will get cooked today. He will get cooked.
That's cooked. He got cooked. You didn't go there like that, huh? He got cooked.
Bob out here looking at his numbers, talking about all my years with the Boston Celtics. And
that's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
That's what I got to deal with.
Hey, man.
It was the static. It wouldn't have been nearly as funny without the static. The fact that he was talking on like a landline that had a cord, he probably had stretched it from the kitchen to the living room. Oh, that's the best part.
Hey, what did he say? What did he say? What did he just say?
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
You pieces of crap.
Die, Cousy, die. Oh, Bob.
Hey, man, I don't blame Bob, man. We've been talking crazy about Hall of Famer Bob Cousy, man. I'm not mad at him clapping back.
Oh,
like I said, he get cooked today, but hey, in his era, he was one of the baddest boys. I ain't mad at him. I'm not mad.
We got it. Comparing across generations is just brutal. It's virtually impossible. Like you're talking about George Mikan, and like those guys all have their place in NBA history. That's not today. And, you know, maybe JJ went a little overboard talking about plumbers and firemen, but both were funny. Bob's response was funny. JJ's line was funny. Bob's response was, and let's not forget who is to blame for all of this. Stephen A. Smith and old Mad Dog. That's who's to blame for all of this nonsense. We'll step out. We'll come back. A couple of coaching announcements, sort of, and a Sacramento Kings coaching announcement for real. We'll talk to James Ham about a variety of things Kings related when he joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, Casey, take that break. Y'all, normally I don't do this, but I got to put the screen up for just 1 minute, man, and I promise I will be right back. I just need 1 second. I got to run downstairs, guys. Be right back. Sorry about that. That's my bad. Run down and check on something. There's a rumor the Kings have a deal to move up in the draft. Where's that rumor from? Send me to the rumor. Jesus, man. Why is everything so damn expensive? Goodness gracious. Took this dude like 10 minutes to do this, and it cost a fortune. Where's the yo, use my guys. What did I say they were? Billionaire what? Billionaire Auto Concept. That's the name. They served me an Instagram ad. I was like, yo, let's do it. I agree. Untouchable. It's like a metallic gray. It's nice, bro. White interior. Let's see. Why aren't you listening? What happened, Bryce? Is this because of the promotion? You can't listen live anymore? You like Life at my only beef, like double albums are tough for me. Like if you had trimmed the fat on Life After Death, it could have been the greatest album of all time if it was one. But Ready to Die that's my favorite for sure. Well, the listening experience of Ready to Die, I think, is one of the greatest. Ancient, did you throw it in and I missed it? I think you did. Ancient, where are you? Oh, you don't know where it's from. Okay. Oh, you're going to overnights. Wow, Bryce. Why? Hey, it's a promotion though. It's a promotion. Take it. Get that money. Knock it off, Dr. David. To the hip, hop, hip to the hip, hip, hop, you don't stop. Here's a little note from Sean. Let's see. Kentucky, Shaden Sharpe, and Duke's AJ Griffin are among the many draft prospects that the Sacramento Kings interviewed in Chicago. Okay. I feel like AJ Griffin probably should be mentioned in these conversations. Huh. I see there's a Jerry West article I need to read. What's going on here with Ethan Strauss's article? I got to read this. It's the NOTORIOUS. You just lay down
slow.
Can't get on. We can't get on
when
sync,
you see
man.
one.
Am I on delay? Like
I think you must be on delay because
no, I'm not. You just couldn't sync up with me.
Yeah, we was in sync on my end. That's why I said you on.
Oh, then I'm definitely on delay. Do you plug into the Comrex or do you plug into the like your headphones? I mean, is your headphone? Do you plug your headphones into the Comrex or to the?
Yeah, they in the Comrex. Yeah.
Man, I feel like even when you sing, even when you so for those that are listening, tell me, is Kenny off when he sings this? Because he gonna sing the record as soon as I hit it. In when I hear it, he ain't even close.
They say this is a big rich town.
It's right on.
No, you're not. I just come from the poet's part. Like, why is this a thing?
We're synced up. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Jesse, do you hear us synced up? Really?
You're the problem, Bob Cousy. Hey,
do it again.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
All right, dude. Whatever. I guess I'm look. I can't believe that we've got this. Is look. Here we go. There's a delay.
Hey,
boom. Look, Casey is off. Casey's behind.
Me and Jesse here just fine.
Well, me and the entire chat house, me and the 337 people who are watching say otherwise.
Yeah. it's on point.
It's like double dutch. He's trying to catch it. Like I'm getting in there.
Hey.
You gotta put your glasses on. Right. Cruising down the street in my 6'4".
Hey, look, I normally don't do this, but
I'm gonna break them off a little piece of
the won't be reciting that in public. You won't be seeing that happening in public. But Damian, have you seen the ESPN draft combine correspondent that may be your brother?
Oh, come on. No,
for real. It's up there with Ricky Starks. It really is.
Who is it?
I don't know.
ESPN.
But he's on draft. On the coverage that they have. He's sitting there with Bobby Marks, and I don't know who else is there. But I saw him and I was like, dang, that guy kind of looked like Damian.
I need
look like Damian. Your hairline is better. I'll give you that.
Well, the hairline you see is better. The hairline that might actually be there, that's a little bit different. There's a little hairline makeup. I need to know who this is.
Yeah,
somebody who is Kenny talking about?
I don't even know how to find him. I was just watching the coverage on my iPad. My iPad is gone now; it's dead, so I can't even pull it up.
All them day baseball games.
Yeah,
all them day baseball.
All them
games.
home runs killed it.
He's a draft correspondent.
Yeah.
Was he in Chicago right now? I don't even know.
He's on the set with the other three guys. We'll find a way to show you who he is.
Someone who is this? Someone text us.
Yeah.
Or chatty house us. I don't have a text line that's played. Hit the chatty house and tell us who Kenny's talking about, because I have no idea. Whatever. You think we all look the same anyway.
Before we get the answer. Oh, is this true? I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know the guy's name at all. So try Harry Lyles Jr. Does that sound Sound right?
That very much sounds fake, but I will look it up. Like Harry Lyles Jr. sounds like a fake name. Okay, it's a real name. That's a real person. See, look at you guys. Just think light-skinned people look the same. That's what it is. Don't look like.
No, Jesse said it's not Harry Lyles.
Okay, his hairline is better than mine too. We got the same hair, but his hairline is better than mine. Much better.
It's not. Come on, man. It's Harry Lyles look like Blake Griffin.
You look like Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. You look like Blake Griffin. It ain't Harry Lyles. All
right.
Let me see.
This is what the show is resorted to.
Let's see Dalen Cuff. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's Dalen Cuff.
Come on, man.
Now, these pictures, these aren't the ones that I say looks like David. Where he's at right now in Chicago and his hair, that's the Damian special right there. It's Dalen Cuff. Let me see if I can find him on Instagram. He has to have a current picture of him at the combine. But
college basketball in-game and studio analyst.
I'm like, yo, that looked like Dame.
So
kind of getting there. Like
this is funny because this is one of the few episodes of Seinfeld that I've seen. But he says off topic, says the guy that played Elaine's boyfriend on Seinfeld. It is by far my favorite. Like I haven't seen every episode of Seinfeld, but there's the one where Elaine thinks she's dating a black guy.
What?
Because he essentially looks like I do. And Dalen, he looks like me, Dalen, and Ricky. He looks like us. And then she thinks she's in an interracial relationship, so she starts referring to the black waitress as sister. It's like, oh, sister, I feel you. Oh no, it's okay. I have a black boyfriend. And the guy goes, you have a black boyfriend? She goes, aren't you black? No, aren't you Latina? No. You mean we're just a couple of white people? I guess so. Want to go to the Gap? There it is.
That's pretty funny. I can laugh at that comedy right there. Dalen Cuff. I tagged you on Instagram on some closer to Damian pictures of Dalen Cuff. He's been growing out his hair. He's been getting his curl. It works for him. Dalen Cuff. Does look like Damian's cousin. He does.
All right. All right.
Which one is closer? Look, and this is coming from a guy where I was like, do resemble Darryl Armstrong a little bit. So I could put it out there myself. But which one is closer to you in your opinion? Dalen Cuff or Ricky Starks? I think it still might be Ricky. That's a hell of a call, that Ricky Starks. Starky, baby.
I don't know, man. I'm not participating in this. I'm not participating in this. I refuse. James, log in early. Get me out of this. I don't know who this Rockin' New Era 84. I don't know who that is in the chat house, but they tagged us on the clip of Elaine, and I'm gonna tag you in it so you could see what.
I see that. Oh, Randy, that's a good one for me. I saw him over at the tournament. Tony Delk. Yeah. I got a little Tony Delk. Yeah.
I can assure you, who D'Lo and Casey look like is not written into the rundown anywhere.
Well, I was watching the combine. That's where it came from. They still say it's Joe, though, man. I'll be seeing Joe on Instagram. I'm like, I didn't take no picture with Genuine. When did I take this picture? Oh,
now everybody's now. See, all of it's your fault. The show is lost. Now, now, I'm not even saying this name out loud until I see what he looks like.
Who?
But no,
who'd they say?
King Boss says Jake Cunningham.
Who the hell is that?
I have no idea who it is, but I'm looking at him, and that ain't it. I mean,
y'all just can't be throwing anybody out there.
That ain't it. Yeah, that ain't it. Y'all got to stop this. Ricky Starks is probably the winner. Which
Come on,
I'm sure.
man.
I'm
Come
sure
on, man.
makes our friend Chris very happy.
Ricky Starks. That's my boy, though. Ricky Starks. That's my boy.
Ricky Starks is
The
that
Rick.
dude. Yeah, Ricky Starks is that dude for sure.
Ah, somebody says Keon Clark. How can you say that? I don't even have a goatee. Pooh Jetter's I don't want to overemphasize it. Like Pooh's we cool. If I see Pooh, I might have to remind him of where we know each other, but yeah, because it's been a while. Actually, Pooh, when he was in Sacramento, I'd see him when we were in LA. I'd be like, yo, Kings fan, man. He's like, man, anytime you're in Sac, man, pull up. I wasn't in Sac really that much, but
we really needed you about 5 minutes ago, buddy. This whole thing has gone to hell. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM. West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers. Elk Grove Dodge. We welcome in our dear, close, longtime personal friend and the man who's going to save this show, our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. Hammer.
I'm gonna save you.
Yeah, this has been an interesting last 10 minutes or so.
You're gonna save this show like Shaden Sharpe is gonna save the Kings franchise.
Well, I guess that's how we get into this right here. What do you reported today that the Sacramento Kings interviewed Shaden Sharpe, which, by the way, Shaden Sharpe was one of several prospects that they interviewed while in Chicago, but Shaden was the one who caught a lot of people's attention. What do you think about that young man, and what do you think about the prospects of him being a Sacramento King?
Yeah, I like that they're kicking the tires on everybody. They had prospect interviews with 26 different players at the Chicago Combine, and that is good. One of those players, of course, was Shaden Sharpe. They also, the Kings, from what I've heard, have also they were at his 1v0 workout, which are always stellar. I've yet to hear a single player that looked bad in a 1 versus no one scenario.
I'd make the league if somebody had me in a 1-on-0.
Kenny, I might make the league. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I wouldn't make the league unless I just got to botch layups. Like, certainly can't hit a 3-ball unless Buddy Hield is in my face. I think that it's interesting. I think it's some gamesmanship. I think it's very clear that the Sacramento Kings want everyone in the world to know that they have kicked the tires on Shaden Sharpe, and that's kind of the way this thing goes. This is a really heavy top end of the draft. The top 3 are really good big men, and I think everybody would like to see one of those guys drop to the Sacramento Kings, but there's a good chance they won't. We talked about this on Wednesday, Kenny, when we were on, all day. The number 4 spot is becoming like a very, very big power position because it's the first spot that is obtainable in the draft. And if you look at the top 3 teams, I don't see Orlando, OKC, or Houston trading that pick at all. Those guys were all tanking so they could be in the position to draft one of these players. And this, where the Kings are at, that's the first spot. And then you have a couple of teams behind them, like Detroit Pistons, who are also in the same type of position that Orlando is in and that Houston's in and, OKC is in. They want to be as high as possible. They want to build through the draft. And so there's going to be teams that want to move up to number 4 to either jump over Detroit or to, get a guy that they think can change their franchise. And Sharpe is probably the name that's going to get the most buzz here. Jaden Ivey will also get a bunch of buzz, but Shaden Sharpe will get a bunch of buzz here.
So I'm going to ask the question. I kind of joked with it throughout the day, but I don't think anything happened. I'm pretty sure anything happened, but I got to ask the question anyway, James. Shaden has his interviews, and then abruptly leaves. Too early for any type of promise from anybody, correct?
No, that's not too early for a promise. But at the same time,
Kenny's going to analyze the tone in which you used when you said that to determine if that promise was made by Sacramento.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that promise wasn't made by Sacramento, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't have been. I think what I read is that he left early, but it was actually planned for him to leave early, that he had something else going on. I don't know what for an 18-year-old kid is more important than doing interviews at the NBA draft combine. But, the one good thing I will tell you is that he did his measurements. He went and did his height and his weight and his wingspan. He came in a little shorter than I thought he would at 6'4.25" without shoes, 6'5.5" with shoes. That's fine for a shooting guard, but if he was going to transition and play some small forward, probably not a good size. 198 pounds, and then he threw up a 6'11.5" wingspan, which has everybody in the world going, "Oh my goodness." So yeah, he didn't, show off the alleged 49-inch vertical leap that he has, and he didn't do a bunch of shooting drills. He did that at his pro days. So I definitely think that, he put in the work to at least show people how big he is and all that stuff. And he did interviews with a handful of teams and then got out of there.
Highest, we're gonna tie the whole show together here in this final hour with James Ham. Does he have the highest ceiling?
He might. I mean, it's hard because any footage that we're watching of him is against high school kids. So, I would like to tell you that, he's got unlimited potential and all that stuff, but, he hasn't played in a year, really. And he was the number one prospect for the 2023 draft, although, in all honesty, he wouldn't be the number one prospect going into the 2023 draft. There's two prospects that I think have moved ahead of him and would be ahead of him in 2023. What is it? Scoot Henderson, and then I can't remember, Wanayabi.
Australia. He's from Australia or something like that, or
no, I can't remember where he's from, but I'll look him up during the break. Those guys are both like franchise changers. I don't know if he's a franchise changer or not. He's a 3-level scorer with huge hops and a gigantic wingspan. He definitely has a little bit of like Bradley Beal type game in him, and I think that's good. Yeah, there we go. Wimbayama. There we go. Yes. Yep. Victor Wimbayana. That's who will be most likely the number one pick. And he's like tremendous, has like
for 2023.
Yeah, for 2023. But Sharpe, you got to remember that this is a young kid. He's going to be 19 soon, but he's a kid that bumped up his draft year. So he should be a senior in high school right now. And that's why, he reclassified. So yeah, it's all interesting. He's, to me, he's probably got the most intrigue, and this is what the Kings needed. The Kings needed someone of high intrigue to sneak into the top 5 and possibly the top 3, because then you start having a whole lot of other potential, things that could happen. One of the big 3 big men could fall to you. A team could jump up, could offer you the moon to slide into the 4 spot. Even a team like Detroit, if they thought somebody was going to move up to get the guy they wanted and jump ahead of them, they could give up something substantial. And so I think it's a good place to be in if you're the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, James, the Kings meeting up with about 26 prospects. Is that par for the course? Is that more than usual, or is that less than other teams? Like, where does that rank with how things typically go?
Yeah, that was it was 26 with 1 day to go. So their total will probably be in the mid to high 30s when it's all said and done. No, this is typical. This is what you want from your team, because it's not just about today's draft, this season's draft. There are other things at play here. You need to get a sit down with each of these players, because almost all of them are going to be in the league. And so you want to know who they are. If you have the opportunity to go and really kick the tires on somebody, throw a bunch of weird questions at them, and really get a good feel for somebody, because I mean it's a small league. These guys come back around. You never know when one of these players might be something that you go trade for. And if you had a little bit more knowledge of them, then that's good. And I think that's why you get so many, even the draft prospect workouts. I mean, we talked about this when we talked about Anjali Ranadive and the assistant GM job with the Stockton Kings. Like every single one of these guys, if they're not in the first round and they're not in the second round, they're all going to be guys that are considered for like G League positions at some point. So it's good to know who they are. It's good to sit there and watch them play and see how they react to things, and just so you have a bigger knowledge base for the future. Because again, like that G League position, the G League is one of the hardest things ever to fill up, because I think you only have 10 roster spots, but you could lose 5 guys in a day, and then you got to go find 5 new dudes. It's not like you just drop down to the YMCA and like, hey, who wants to go play for the Stockton Kings tonight? Because Kenny would have already played if that would happen.
They're really tracking on that.
I think it's something that you need to, like, it's good that they're taking in all this information.
Do you think, as it pertains to that 4 spot, right now, it's really those 3 guys that we've been talking about, Sharpe and Ivey and Keegan Murray? James really thinking about this one. Yeah, he's thinking hard about this question. Like he is that's probably the greatest question I've ever asked right there. It has gotten Ham deep in thought. And now Ham, I believe, is done thinking. James, you want to? I don't know if you were answering, I don't even know if you were answering. You froze like you were just asking the question. You were just giving this question great thought. Do you think right now, early in this process, the Kings are zeroed in on Ivey, Sharpe, and Keegan Murray?
I think that they're in collection mode. I mean, in all honesty, I don't think they're making this pick. I think that someone else will draft number 4. Yeah, I have, if someone slides to them from the top 3, then there's a possibility. But, again, if it's Jabari Smith or if it's Chet Holmgren, that's one thing. But even Paolo Banchero, I'm not sure that Paolo Banchero really fits with Domantas Sabonis long term, and that's a problem. So I mean, that's going to be the guy. So, but I know that if Banchero falls to number 4, all of a sudden you're sitting on a pot of gold. And the same thing, like Sharpe is the guy, I think, more than Ivey, that can jump into the top 3 and push somebody back, and that's tremendous. So I think you want that to happen, and because it opens up even more options for you as a franchise. Like, who's going to be the team that wants so badly to get into the top 4 that they'll give up something? And again, I think the Kings are in a position of power.
It could also be dangerous, if you ask me, because I feel like, for me personally, you can get into a position where you just start outsmarting yourself and you start doing things just to do them, just to say, like, we're making moves. Like, I'm looking at this whole situation, and at 4 with guys like Ivey, Sharpe, maybe you throw Keegan Murray in there if there is one of those guys that fall down. Like, I need an all-star in the trade. Like a good role player, that's not going to get it done. You know what I mean? Just moving back for the sake of moving back, and and adding just what we consider a starter, that don't do it for me. Strauss is starting for the Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals. I can get a starter anywhere. Like, I need an all-star, and I'm the only thing I'm worried about with this is they start making moves just to make moves.
I think it wouldn't be make moves to make moves. It's make moves to get better faster. I think that's what it would be. And that's the problem with Ivey and with Sharpe. I mean, you could say that about Mathurin. You could say it about AJ Griffin. It's the problem with that grouping of players. It's that you just really have no idea. It's a total crapshoot. You hope that one of them will turn out to be an all-star level player, but I think if you can get a plus starter, like a guy who may not be an all-star, but's really close to being an all-star, then, that's a more sure thing than any one of these young prospects. And I know some of these young prospects could be really good. I don't think anyone is expecting this group to become superstars. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like that doesn't seem like that's the potential of these players. They can be really good. They can be all-star level players, but there's a big difference between that and superstar. And you're going to have to wait 2 to 3 years for them to get there because that's typical. I mean, we're talking about an 18-year-old Shaedon Sharpe. Like that's really, really young to think that you're just going to heap a bunch of pressure on him to save the franchise. So, I think
Anthony Davis is 19, isn't he? I mean, Anthony Edwards is 19, isn't he?
Might have just turned 20.
Yeah. I mean, but again, that's a personality and he did play in college, so
Okay.
yeah, it's a little different. I mean, he hasn't played. He should be a high school senior. So just think where he should be and where he is. I mean, he should be a kid going to prom. He shouldn't be a kid who's, ducking out of the NBA draft combine and risking, tens of millions of dollars by sliding down 2 to 3 spots if bad things happen. So yeah, it's an interesting, these guys really, there's so much pressure on them to be good from a young age, and it's just how they deal with it. And you hope that he can deal with it well, but the fact that he didn't get the opportunity to understand that at the college level, you go from high school where, it's like a bunch of parents in the gym. Maybe you got some people in the gym, but maybe it gets up to, 500 people or something. But if he would have got a season at Kentucky where all of a sudden you're playing for 30,000 fans or, something crazy, or you somehow make it to the tournament and you're at, the Final Four where 70,000 people are in the building. Well, that's a different kind of pressure than playing in high school. And so we would have got to see a little bit more of like the response and how he fits into like a different style, like an actual pro style offense and all that stuff.
Yeah. I like, sorry, Dan. I like what you're saying for all this. I do. I understand it. Yeah.
If I gave you the 4th pick you throw in Rashawn or whatever else comes in this, but you get the 4th pick or you get Collins or Randall or Siakam or Tobias Harris. Do any of those 4 names intrigue you to move the 4th pick?
Yeah, 2 of them do.
Siakam, I know, is one of them.
Yeah, Siakam and Collins. Now, see, Collins is a little different. There's a lot of murmurs that Atlanta. Sorry, I have allergies like horrible today.
It's a bad day for allergies.
It's a bad day. Plus, we had the whole house fan on until really late last night, just sucking all this pollen into my house. That probably was a poor decision. So to get back to it, yeah, I think it's a really good question.
Some people regret drinking too much. James Ham regrets leaving the house fan on too late.
That's right. Yeah, so I think Siakam for sure. And then when you get to Collins, there's a lot of rumors right now that Atlanta is ready to get out from underneath John Collins' contract. And that's a big deal. And they also might look to get out from underneath Kevin Huerter's contract. And so all of a sudden I'm like, all right, game on. Yeah, let me see what kind of package that I can put together for something like that. I mean, like just spitballing, this isn't a rumor. This is just one of those, like if I were sitting at number 4 type scenarios, like would I consider, Harrison Barnes, who's got 1 year left on his deal. So you're going to save a whole bunch of money for the Atlanta Hawks. Rashawn Holmes, who they can go and deal to someone else if that's, or you can change it out, switch it out for Justin Holiday and Alex Len. Would I feel comfortable trading those 2 for the 16th pick along with Collins and Huerter? Yeah. Now I got a shooter. Now I got a second shooter. I'm still in the draft. I still have all of my my rights as far as the Stepien rule. Like I can trade next year's pick. I can do all kinds of things. So, there are a lot of things that I think could happen between now and what is it, June 23rd? Siakam is going to be the guy that's kind of hard to get because he's a proven all-star, and so that's one thing that I would think would be really hard to like get Toronto to buy in. I think Siakam's under contract for 2 years, and but I still think he's a really good player. He's 28. He's a young 28. He's not an old 28. So it's not like he's almost 29. Again, he's under contract for 2 years. I don't know if I'd do it straight up. I'd want something else from Toronto for sure. But that still, the number 4 pick, I think, has that kind of value. That's if someone decides that they're going to trade that pick. And if I'm Toronto, I'm thinking about it because you hit on Scotty Barnes big time, and you need to clear a spot for Scotty Barnes, but you also could drop back to Scotty Barnes like age level and start building up from there. And I think that would be an interesting move.
They hit on Precious too. With that pick, it's for Precious Okoro. They hit on that. See, I hear that John Collins thing, and especially when you start talking about taking in a lot of contract and a lot of money, and I'm just like, well, now I'm helping you out. Like, what do I need to give you for? I'm taking stuff off your books so you can progress as a franchise. What do you need my number 4 pick for? I'm giving you Harrison Barnes. I'm giving you Rashawn Holmes. I'm giving you NBA players that you can do something with. You don't need 4. James, what I say on Wednesday, yesterday's price is not today's price. You have to come with a little something better than John Collins. So I out of that group, I think Siakam is the one for me where I probably wouldn't think twice. Collins, we'd have to negotiate a little bit. Maybe ultimately I would give up the 4 for Collins and Herter and all this other stuff. I'm not saying it's a no-go, but we'd have to talk about it a little bit more. The other 2, that's not enough for me at 4.
Yeah, you're taking on a lot, but you're the guy who pitched Duncan Robinson to us, and Herter is a similar player, maybe a better player, and his contract is like $5 or $6 million cheaper every year. Like his contract is much more reasonable, and he's under contract for like 4 years. So again, you're locking up, and the Kings need shooters. So like if you're you need to come out of this draft / free agency with probably 2 or 3 starters. Like you've got to have, and at least like 3 or 4 rotational players. I mean, that's where you're at if you're the Sacramento Kings. Like this team isn't good enough. So, if you're going to expect them to improve and get better and start to grow into something, then, fill up the roster with NBA starters. I remember one year Dave Yeager looked at me and he goes, "Do I have one NBA starter on my roster?" And I'm like, "Well, you got like a 35-year-old, 36-year-old Zebo." He's like, "Yeah, I mean a legit at this point, not to
I believe he was your leading scorer, Dave."
Yeah, but no,
correctly.
but his point is like Zebo. He loved Zebo. He was with Zebo forever. But his point was like Zebo.
He's not starting elsewhere.
No, he's not starting elsewhere. The only one that possibly could have been a starter elsewhere at that point in that season was George Hill, and George Hill played so poorly that the Kings dealt him for nothing. But at the same time, I understood what he was saying. Like right now, you look at this team and you honestly say, how many NBA starters do you have? And you got to be honest because, Sabonis is your center, so Rashawn Holmes isn't going to be your starter. He's not an NBA starter for you at this point. He could be for someone else, but realistically, you can only guarantee that Fox, Harrison Barnes, and Domantas Sabonis would start on other NBA teams. And then you start to wonder, who are these other guys? Is DiVincenzo a starter, or is he a 6-man? Is Davion Mitchell a starter or a 6-man? You don't have any what you would call guaranteed starters. And this team needs to walk into next season deep enough where they have 5 starters, but really deep enough where they have 8 starters, 9 starters. And, only 5 of them get to start, but you still got, a bunch of players.
Real quick, Damien, I just want to ask both of you guys this. And this is this argument that I made months ago, and it's coming back once again. I just watched the Eastern Conference Finals, and Gabe Vincent and Strauss were starting in the Eastern Conference Finals and getting tick and getting shots up and playing well. They just won game 1, got beat up in game 2, but they've been starting all playoffs. saying that they need so much more, and what it sounds like to me indirectly is that's an indictment on Fox, Sabonis, and Harrison Barnes. Because you got 3 guys that are starters in this league, that are bona fide guys. And if we need so much more than DiVincenzo or Rashawn or something like that, like, well, now, like, let's reevaluate the whole thing then. Because if those 3 guys, one that's an all-star, one that people think has an all-star talent, another one that is like a 10-year veteran that's put up 17 a game all the time, if that isn't enough to get you to the postseason or anything like that, we got way more concerns than we just need 1 or 2 more starters. We need to, like, clean house.
Well, no, I mean, you need an identity. You need a coach that's going to be here long term. You need a system in place. Like, the Miami Heat can start whoever they want because they have a system and they have a time-tested system that works, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We can go back to Rick Adelman, you know, when he was with the Kings. Like, he just had a system in place that Peja Stojakovic goes down, you know, Hedo Turkoglu steps in. You know, the Chris Webber goes down, they go get Brad Miller, but, you know, again, Scott Pollard steps in, Lawrence Funderburg steps in. You have to have a system in place that can support that. And a lot of, again, what the Heat system is to develop talent and to get them to do things that make sense. So, again, like, we could go on forever. I had this conversation years ago with one of the Kings front office people that's no longer there. But, like, if you're looking at the G League the right way, in my opinion, the G League shouldn't be a place where you go try to find the next Pascal Siakam, because that's so rare. Like, maybe you get lucky and you come across a Pascal Siakam, but more likely you need to find like 6 Daniel Houses. Can I create a rim running shot blocker? Can I create a 3-and-D wing at the G League level? Can you create those pieces?
Uh-oh.
James wants us to think about that. Can you create those pieces? He wants everybody listening right now to think about that. Can you create those pieces? That's everyone's homework, is to decide whether they can create those pieces or not. It's James Ham, frozen in time, with this sentiment right there on the Sacramento Kings. I think the wind, not only wreaking havoc on James's allergies, I think it's, yeah, I ain't taking James off the screen. We're just leaving frozen James Ham on the screen right now until further notice. You know, one other thing. This is really funny for those that are watching, because James is just frozen. For those that are on Odyssey and 1320 AM, just trust this is funny, because James is in midpoint, and he's got something to say about this Kings organization and establishing an identity, and he's frozen in thought. You know, one concern I do have when we talk about trading, we were talking about how trading the number 4 pick versus trading the number 7 pick or 8 pick. Like, yeah, it's more valuable, but it's less romantic to me, because I feel like there's something intriguing about drafting a young player. As we bring in the unfrozen, this is the thawed version of James Ham here on the show. James, I'm not even going to ask you to try to get back into the point that you were making. I think your kind of point was made about the Kings establishing an identity in this organization, and really you're talking about plug and play, and that's why it works in Miami. And I was telling Kenny, I don't find trading the number 4 pick as attractive as I trading the number 7 and 8 pick. While I understand it's more valuable, I also think this team just went and acquired Domantas Sabonis, right? And I think we all believe, and history could prove us wrong, but in the moment, that feels like a home run play. And you traded a young Tyrese Halliburton for that. De'Aaron isn't young anymore. Like De'Aaron, like he's young in terms of his age, but he's a veteran in the league at this point. Like, he's going 2 years into his max deal. I don't know that I want to trade it. Like, if it's an 18 or a 19-year-old coming in, I think I'm okay with that. If it's a skilled 18 or 19-year-old coming in, I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but the potential is that you waste a year of their career. I mean, or 2 years waiting for this other piece to become who they're going to become. And I get it.
You could still be good. Like Scotty Barnes was good. Like, you could be good. You can contribute.
Yeah. I think Scotty Barnes, like certain players, they fit that mold. They come in and they have a specific skill set that works. But other players, it's kind of like if we look at, let's just compare loosely. This isn't probably a totally fair comparison, but let's compare Shaedon Sharpe to like Tracy McGrady. How many years did it take Tracy McGrady to become Tracy McGrady? Like 3? Like it takes a while, even for like top tier guys that are really almost can't miss guys. It still takes that much time. You're just waiting for this cycle. Kobe Bryant didn't average a bunch of points in his rookie season. It's so rare that a player walks in and just starts performing. And like you guys brought up Keegan Murray, like if you want to be safe and like get a rotational starter, then Keegan Murray is like your guy. But the fact is, I don't think he has a ceiling. And you when you're drafting at number 4, you have to draft for ceiling. You can't draft for floor. And at 7, you can draft for floor. You can look at a guy and say, okay, I think he can do this, and I pray that he can do this, but he won't be any lower than this, right? Well, when you're drafting number 4, you got to say he could be this, and if he's this, it's okay because I took the swing.
We'll talk more about this. I also want to ask you about Jordy Fernandez and Jay Triano. We haven't talked about Jay Triano yet here today, so we want to dive into some of the latest members of Mike Brown's coaching staff as well, and we'll do that when James Ham returns with Dillon KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear.
Sorry, I don't know what's with the internet today.
Dude, I'm sure it's the wind, man. Don't worry about it.
I don't know. It's windy here. I just know.
Oh, it's not. Oh, it sucks here.
That could be it though. Like it could be windy over where my internet place is. So, yeah, it's not great. That's for sure. I was gonna look up something.
Oh.
Yeah, I think like to finish my point with the Miami situation, it's not just that Miami can like get a player, fit them into their system. They have defined roles when they get there. So again, Max Strus is like very specifically, you're a 3-and-D dude. You better be able to shoot the 3, and you better be able to stay in front of your guy, right? So that's big. But they're able to create these guys because they just have a strong system. And then on top of that, they're able to continue to develop guys once they get into the league, where the Kings typically aren't. So it's not just like getting your hands on a Miami guy or getting your hands on a San Antonio guy. It's that once you get there, you have to continue their education and continue to help them develop and stay the player that you hope for them to be. The Kings don't have the same system when they get here, and all of a sudden they look very different when they're not playing alongside, a Jimmy Butler and a Bam Adebayo.
But to that point, and to your point, it wouldn't matter if they got 2 or 3 starters. Like if they got 2 or 3 guys that could start, it wouldn't matter because their system sucks.
Well, no, I agree. But what the Kings can't do is start a guy like Gabe Vincent because the system isn't strong enough to withhold it, and the players around them aren't good enough to support that system. So you have to have better players than Gabe Vincent in order for them to hold their own as much as possible.
And that makes sense. But I would say indirectly, you're saying you got to have better players than Fox, Sabonis, and Harrison Barnes. Because those are 3 guys that start anywhere on the league. You got 3 of your 5 guys. Like not even the Heat got 5 guys that would start on any NBA team in their starting lineup. Kings got 3 of their 5, and we're still asking for like, we need like 2 or 3 more starters. Like what?
Well, it can be the fact that it's this group of players and how they work together. So I mean, it can be as simple as that you just have players that they have flaws to their game that don't cover for the AI, So I don't know. Yeah, because I mean, you're right. It's not like Dwayne Dedmon is a starter. It's not like they have a lot of players there who just aren't starter caliber. I mean, and let's be honest, Kyle Lowry is their starting
True,
their starting
true.
point guard. So, I mean, and he would start anywhere. He's a starter. Yeah. They've got plenty of guys who could start other places.
They got 4 guys on the team.
Yeah, you could probably make the case that Boston probably has 3 guys, maybe 4. I mean, an aging Horford. I don't know, like Robert Williams. I'm not sure.
But that's the thing that you see with a lot of these guys, right? A lot of these teams in the league. And that's why I say they shouldn't be that far off. You know, maybe a new coach and a system will do wonders. Because look at Dallas. They got Luka, and then they got who else is starting? Brunson might start. Then what he hadn't started in his career. He's a baller, like he can go, but he don't even start now. He comes off the bench for Dallas.
Yeah.
Bullock, Finney Smith, like these aren't guys that these aren't the 96 Bulls or the 2016 Warriors. But like you say, system and the best players, they hold the water. They do what they need to do. Utah, they had Daniel House and O'Neal starting. Those aren't world beaters.
Yeah, but the system, man, I'm telling you, and that's again like why you're not focused on your G League and creating those players. I just don't know. Like they should have been doing it forever. You could have just kept churning out. That's what Houston kept doing. They just always had another guy who could step in and fill whatever role it was that you needed because that's what they were doing. They were doing that at the G League level, and all you have to do is take the skill set that you're doing there and drop them into the new place and then continue to help them build and to strengthen who they are. But yeah, you got to get that system in place.
Yeah.
We're coming back, guys. Okay. Coming back-ish.
Did you see you see your boy John Stockton?
Man, I don't know. I was busy looking at live on the Odyssey app. Only Jesse knows what a massive smart-ass remark I was about to make there on the live stream. I'll share it with you guys during the next commercial break, man. Stilo and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. First pour just 26 minutes away. James, 1320 Kings Insider, creator of the Kings Beat. James Ham with us here. James, can you confirm, is Doug Christie officially on Mike Brown's staff?
No one within the walls will confirm.
Okay, because Mark Stein said he was. There was I don't think there was a report in The Athletic that he was, but there was a reference in The Athletic that that Mike was asked to keep Doug Christie. But I keep looking around like if James ain't said it, I don't believe it, and I don't see it. I didn't think that you had mentioned that yet.
I would say that no one within the walls will confirm, and but there is a very good chance that Doug Christie is back with the team next year.
Okay, good stuff.
So
good stuff. What can you tell us about Jordi Fernandez? Let's start there. There's a couple of official coaching hires that are public, and I want to talk about both of those and start with Jordi.
Yeah, Jordi is interesting, right? He's a guy, that came over from Spain, worked for Impact as like a player development guy. Mike Brown met him, thought he was intriguing, brought him into the fold as his son's basketball coach, and to coach an AAU team and to train his son and to be his personal like assistant to drive Mike Brown around when he was a coach in Cleveland. And then they stumble upon him and the Cavs say, hey, he's pretty intriguing. Can we hire him to be part of the staff? And so he works 7 years, I think it is, with Mike Brown in player development. He's known as a major player development guy. But then, I mean, he outlasted Mike Brown in Cleveland. You know, Mike Brown left and he stayed on and made it all the way to, I think it's 2016-17. He joined Michael Malone's staff in Denver, and he's been an assistant coach for the last few years in Denver. And like, by all accounts, like he's a nice rising up and coming guy in the league. And I think the biggest thing with him is he's the associate head coach. So that's basically your lead assistant. He does not have head coaching experience, but he knows Mike like extremely well. And on top of that, he was part of the coaching staff for the Nigerian national team with Mike Brown. And so, like, these are the types of guys that he's going to be comfortable with, that'll be a sounding boards that understand his terminology. He can start already, even though Mike Brown is still in the playoffs, he can start disseminating the lingo right now. He can start showing guys the playbook, sending playbooks out, having conversations with guys while Mike Brown is currently coaching. And so I think it's really good to get him in place right now. And he's a guy with potential. And I think the other thing that I like about him is that we're always looking for the coaching tree, right? And I think this is a guy who has future head coaching aspirations. But on top of that, he's Mike Brown's guy. He's the guy that Mike Brown discovered and has nurtured the relationship and feels confident and comfortable in him coming in and helping him run the show. So it's definitely, for me, it's a good hire. I don't know him personally, but the NBA is a small world, and he's been on a really good coaching staff who just happens to have a gigantic center and Nikola Jokic that can pass. And I'd also, I know Wes Unseld Jr. gets a lot of credit for the defensive improvements in Denver. But if you look at really that coaching staff in Denver, they've made like monstrous strides with guys like Jokic, who is an absolutely defensive gem, even though he doesn't look like it. The metrics on him defensively are spectacular. And, if you can do that with him, you might be able to do it with Sabonis and some of the guys here.
I thought that was a fascinating journey and story. I was listening to the Kings beat last night, and just how he got from where he was to now he's an assistant head coach on the NBA franchise. Just crazy, where he's like, hey, what do you say? Mike Brown said, I got $500 a month, a fully furnished apartment, and,
and you get to drive my car around.
You get to drive my Range Rover around. And it's crazy. And one of the things that you talked about, you mentioned a little bit that I want to get maybe your insight on, is when you talk about Denver, I feel like maybe the Kings and Monty and all these guys look at Denver and look at what they do with Jokic and be like, man, I'd like to get somebody from there so we can incorporate Sabonis into what we're doing. But then you're like, Mike Malone would never let anybody from Denver come to Sacramento. The fact that Mike Brown had the relationship in the foresight to say, hey, I got this guy in Denver that I know if I get the job, I could just imagine him in an interview saying, I know if I can get the job, I can bring him over, and he has some time spent with Jokic, and we can incorporate that in what we're doing. Am I making too much of it, or do you think that was part of the pitch? Having a guy like that come in and bring his expertise and some of the things he worked with Jokic into Sacramento to maybe incorporate that with Sabonis?
No, I mean, I think there's a legitimate, he has basketball chops. And the one thing I'll tell you too is Michael Malone is a teacher. He's the son of a coach. He's a guy that, has been around the game his whole life. His dad was Chuck Daly's defensive coordinator with the Detroit Pistons bad boys. Like, Brendan Malone is an incredible defensive coach for decades in the league. And, so I think Mike is a teacher. And if I'm not mistaken, Mike actually was going to be a teacher if it wasn't for him going into basketball. And so, look, that's something that I think is good. He's not a selfish guy. He's not a me guy. He's a guy kind of like Mike Brown, who is willing to impart knowledge and willing to bring up guys to be the next generation of coaches. And so I would look at it that way. And I would also, I don't know why I haven't thought of this before, but there has to be overlap between Michael Malone and Mike Brown in Cleveland. And I haven't gone back and looked at it, but I almost guarantee those guys, know each other well. I can look it up here, but that's one of those things where Michael Malone was an assistant in Cleveland. And I'm pretty sure that he had to have been there at the same time.
2005 to 2010, he absolutely was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Mike
Mike Brown, those are Mike Brown's years.
Those are Mike Brown's years. Yeah. And they're also, if you look, there's that 1 year where Jordy Fernandez is actually on the staff with Michael Malone as a player development guy. I think he started in 2009, right? Something like that with Cleveland. 2009, yeah, well, all the way to 2016. So yeah, like the NBA is such a small world. And so it makes sense, this hire makes sense. It's someone he's comfortable with, someone he can rely on. We had a long discussion on the podcast. I think it's totally worth listening to, because me and Sean Cunningham went back and forth, Fox 40's Sean Cunningham. And while we were going back and forth, like we've seen so many different like iterations of coaching staffs and guys who, it works out and guys that it doesn't. And I think a lot of these guys, if you build the staff the wrong way, there's an uncomfortableness to it. And there's not wanting to step on somebody's toes, and there's not wanting to tell your head coach that you know more about defense than they do, even if you do, even if you're a better defensive coach, and because it's their world. So like Michael Malone had his staff, which, I thought was a bunch of good dudes. Again, going all the way back to Paul Westphal. Paul Westphal's staff he had people on there that he had known for decades. And then even guys like Brian Gates, who he plucked out and brought into the league. Every staff is so different, but George Karl's staff were a bunch of guys that knew how to support George very specifically. Dave Yeager's staff was a bunch of guys that had been through the minor leagues together and had this like incredible bond as like a brotherhood. And that was great. And then we get to, Luke Walton's staff, and it was a bunch of guys who didn't know each other, and the whole thing fell apart because you could feel it the whole time. So I'm glad that Mike Brown is going out and hiring coaches that he's comfortable with and that he's known from the past.
And let's work Jay Triano into this. That was the hire that I don't actually know if it was officially announced today, but it was out there that Jay Triano is joining Mike Brown's staff. He's an offensive guy. Worked with Terry Stotts and Charlotte. He worked in Charlotte.
The last 4 years.
He was like the offensive coordinator, I guess, for James Borrego. That offense, that Charlotte offense that everybody seems to love. Jay Triano was a big part of that, and he I guess unofficially has joined Mike Brown's staff.
Yeah, he's a guy who does have head coaching experience, so I think that's one of the prerequisites that you always want. You want someone else who's shouldered,
even if it's bad. He wasn't particularly good in Toronto, and I think he was
40 and 42 or something. Yeah,
he took over for, was it Earl Watson?
Sam Mitchell.
In Phoenix. Like I thought he was an interim coach. I thought he took over for Earl Watson. That might not have been him. My bad. Sorry. Point being is he's spoken highly of, particularly as an assistant.
Yeah, he did take over for Earl Watson 3 games into the season.
Yeah, they had lost like those 3 games by 40 points each.
Yeah.
I remember that firing very vividly.
Yeah, and then Igor Kokoskov took over the next season. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So this is good. You want to bring in guys who have NBA coaching experience, because people, if you're working retail and you've been a floor manager and you've been a department head and all that stuff, and you think you can just run your own store, you get to the point where you're running your own store and you go, oh no, like I don't have a good enough floor manager and my department head over there is not good. And all of a sudden you're in this whole new world where you're more conducting business than you are actually getting in and coaching. And so it's definitely one of those situations where having another guy who's been through that and understands the dynamics of how to game plan and how to, all of everything that goes into being a head coach, it's so incredibly complex. And to have someone else on your staff that has been through it and knows how to get you through it, knows how to support you when the season gets hard, or when, heaven forbid, someone gets COVID and coaches have to step away. It is really good to have people who have a head coaching experience. So I think that's a good thing. Jay Triano is a guy who's been well known in the league. He spent 20 seasons either as an assistant or a head coach. You name some of the places he's been, again, like Charlotte, Phoenix. He spent a long time in Toronto, a tremendous amount of time in Toronto. And then Portland. He was in Portland for 4 seasons, 2012 through 2016. Yeah, so he's a guy with experience and a guy that you're going to hopefully feel comfortable with if you're Mike Brown. But again, there's ties everywhere with these guys. So it's definitely a good thing that he's starting to fill out a staff with good, respected coaches.
Yeah. Shout out Jill Hatch, man. She go to her Twitter feed if you need to. I mean, she just gives you the Cliff Notes version of, at the very least, of just figuring out, who some of these coaches is. She did the same thing with Jay earlier today. And I just, I went through that and read some things, saw some videos, saw some clips, and I fell in love with the guy. He's the type of guy I like. He seems like a basketball lifer. He seems like he seems like
Can he be falling in love more than a 90s R&B record, boy?
I'm an R&B guy at heart, man. You know what I'm saying? I love love. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. I love love. But man, he's he has a passion for the game. It seems like he has a passion for teaching, and I think that's not no shot on anybody that was here before, but I think that's what's needed here. That's neat, a passion for trying to get out of this rut, and everybody pulling on one string and one chord. And just from what I saw, he seems like a guy that buys into that. And then, Damian's right. You talk about his time with Charlotte, and I mean, I love what they do offensively. And if you compare that with some of the things that Mike Brown just instinctively does on the defensive end, it's a good start. It's absolutely a good start.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see more. We don't know the fate of all of the assistants and all of the development coaches and stuff. We don't know the fate of them yet. But I would say that there's a good chance that most of them won't be back. I mean, it's just kind of the way it goes. You switch out a whole bunch of things when you bring in a new head coach. Maybe there's someone else that they really like. Maybe Rico Hines stays. Maybe, again, I'm pretty confident Doug will be there. But outside of that, like, I'm not sure. And it's going to get a little bumpy here. And some guys are going to get left out. And so
bumpier than your internet connection today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, like, at some point you got to hope that Mike Brown gets to bring in as many people as he wants and as many people that can support him. And then a guy like Jody, Fernandez, right?
Fernandez,
that Jordy, there we go. That a guy like him, if he's worked with somebody that he loves as a player development guy, and he's the player development guy, and he thinks that there's someone that can implement their plan as player development people, bring him in. Like, start building this thing out where we have, the coaching trees are stable, and that you're letting Mike Brown kind of get his roots in strong and build something.
I know this is played. I feel like they're on to something. Like, I feel like they got a little lottery luck. I personally, I know not a lot of people are in this camp with me. I like the Mike Brown hire. It seems like the assistants are going well. There's still a lot of work that Monty McNair has to do. By the way, Mitch Kupchak signed an extension today. Mitch Kupchak of the Charlotte Hornets. What does that have to do with the Sacramento Kings? Well, nothing. Just want to point out that Mitch Kupchak signed an extension. He coached his contract was up this summer. So all of the talk about Monty McNair and the extension, Mitch Kupchak GM'd, if you will, through his contract and signed an extension today and announced we'll have our head coach in the next 2 weeks or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I'm just pointing it out. Doesn't mean anything. Just pointing it out. That's all. I have nothing else. It's. I'm done.
I would still like to see him get his extension this summer. I just think if you're gonna go down this path.
And the one thing I'll say with this particular thing is And I agree with Damien here. Look, man, he was a lame duck GM and he orchestrated a good season. But in this particular case, Kupchak is getting to mirror his new contract with his new coach.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where, it's a little bit of a difference. But I don't know. I don't like.
Chris brings up a good point. If you're a GM, you don't want to have things in common with Mitch Kupchak. That's a solid point.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not a big fan of Mitch Kupchak either. Like, I don't know how that dude keeps stumbling into jobs, but it's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail you there. Just thought Chris made a good point.
I was just gonna say, in this particular case, I agree kind of what Sean was talking about. I mean, whether he's a lame duck GM or not, he's still going to do a good job or do the best job that he thinks he can. Because number one, I think that's the kind of guy Monty is. But also, you don't want to do a bad job. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I would bring you the Brendan Nunes response, which I thought was pretty solid. I would rather have him choosing decisions that are right for the franchise long term and not decisions that are just about getting you into the playoffs. So if Shaedon Sharpe is the right guy, but you trade him for John Collins because you think John Collins will get you there faster, but you think that Shaedon Sharpe is going to be a superstar in the future, but you can't wait that long because you're not going to be here. Those are the types of that, that's a valid point too. Like you're putting someone in a position to make knee-jerk reactions and reactions that are short-term that instant gratification that versus long-term success.
See, when you look at, as we wrap up here, when you look at the growth of the Kings beat, like that should be, like Brandon is your Shaedon Sharpe. Like he's the kid who's coming up, who you've got time to develop as the Fox and Sabonis, the Ham and the Cunningham. They build out the Kings beat, and you got the kid, you got the rookie here getting his feet wet in the game, and you see you guys have built a monster over there. You've built a winning team. I think that's you don't want to trade Brendan for another veteran. Like you need the rookie there.
I agree. The only thing is
GM of the Kings beat.
it's really difficult. Okay, so we have high level basketball conversations, but those high level basketball conversations usually hinge around obscure movie references. And it's really hard to have that kind of discussion when someone hasn't watched There's Something About Mary.
Well, yeah. You got to do. What is Brent? We've got to go. What's Brendan's age? Do we know? Who's younger, Brendan or Jesse?
I think 23, 24.
Oh, it's close. Jesse, how old are you again?
22, I think, right?
Oh man, you're in Fox territory. You're a veteran now. We got Best of D'Lo and KC coming up, and then we are headed to Game 2 of the Warriors and the Mavericks. We appreciate you so much for being with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. First pour now. Have a tremendous weekend. We'll see you here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Dubs. Show us our respect.
Was that your Draymond Green?
That's good.
Every
Warriors fan.
Oh, gotcha. Go Dubs.
Yeah.
I love Brendan. Like he hadn't been around the team until this year. And so I think I'd been on his podcast a couple of times.
Real quick, James, before you continue, can y'all hit the thumbs up before you leave?
Yeah.
I realize I haven't begged all day. And I mean, when I say y'all are slacking, like, fam, what are we doing right now? I know it's Friday. But go and hit them with the thumbs up here real quick. We should easily be at 200 by the time the live stream's in. So try to get us to 200, please. Sorry, James, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Like everyone in here, Murph wants to I don't care. To be honest, I don't really know who Steve Austin is. So, like
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah. That's not the Bionic Man. Was he Steve Austin?
That's Steve Austin. That's not Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah, see. Yeah.
That just made me think, did they have to make that distinction? Else they would have got sued. They had to call him Stone Cold Steve Austin, right? Is that
supposed to just Steve Austin, the $6 million man? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I think they just landed on. They basically just took it
because everything about Steve Austin, they just landed on it. Just
yeah,
just happened organically.
Pretty much got lucky.
A ringmaster.
So anyway, to be quick about Brendan, like I had never really met and hung out with Brendan before, but the second he started showing up for like training camp and stuff like that, we instantly bonded. He does nothing but ask questions. He's just a sponge, and he's a lot of fun to be around. And I've always found that like when you're in industries like this and hanging out with young people, it really does keep you young and it makes you think of things that you probably wouldn't have. And he's always asking questions, even if it's like, you know, what's going to happen with the assistant coaches? Like, can you give me a timeline type stuff? And then I go through and kind of, I've got to rack my brain and think of all the times that this has happened and how long guys stay. And, you know, sometimes guys are doing player draft prospect workouts one week and the next week they're unemployed. And so, yeah, it's good. Brennan's sticking around. He's a good dude to have on the team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to need 12 more thumbs up. Like, come on, man. Let's
get there.
What are we doing?
Let's get there.
Shout out to everybody that brought this up. I think Jeff Hardy Rules was the one who said it. You know, I had to go look. Not to say Jeff Hardy Rules was lying, but I had to see. But in fact, Domantas Sabonis is in the gym with that boy Lethal Shooter. Ooh, let's go. Let's go. Oh,
Who's Lethal Shooter? I don't know who that is.
Oh, he's like one of the best shooting coaches in the world.
Keith Bainey, the shot doctor.
Yeah, something like that. He's the new that guy. Everybody from DeMontis to Drake goes to Lethal Shooter if they want to shoot better.
What about J. Cole?
I think Cole has been with Lethal Shooter before. He gets
really?
everybody.
Jesse said Grant Williams was.
Yeah, he's a great, like, kind of random shooting coach. Like he hasn't been in the league for years. He just would do stuff on Instagram and stuff like that, and he started building up clientele. And now he's that dude. So Domantas Sabonis in here draining threes. I'm looking at him just whap.
Wait, what's this on? Is this Sabonis's what? Twitter account?
Shooters.
Oh.
IG.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna have to go look up some guy's Instagram account.
Yep, got to do it.
Lethal Shooter.
Got to get on the gram, Ham. Got to get on the gram, man.
He's a hell of a shooter, though.
I'm on there. I just don't use it.
Well, I know you're on there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't actually like go on there and look at things.
Oh, you know who he did a really good job with is Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis went to Lethal Shooter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that one there, I
really
know.
like Bobby Portis.
Yeah, he's got that little crazy in
really
him.
like
Boy,
him,
he would be
man.
a really nice starting power forward for this team.
Man.
Yeah,
With Sabonis. Oof. Yeah.
I like Bobby a lot.
Mean mugging people. Yeah.
He's tough. I'm a fan. I am a fan.
Oh no! See, I go on the gram and now I got half naked Damian Barling.
Oh,
what is happening? Oh, see, that's why I don't go on the gram, people.
Get ready for SummerSlam. I think he might run down the aisle, interfere. He might collect the money in the bank.
I'm selling my body. That's what it is. I'm trying to find ways to make ESPN more money, and I'm now selling my body on Instagram.
That is awesome. Now what's the name of the
gonna block me?
What's the name of the dude?
Shooter.
Lethal.
Let me see what it is.
Shooter. See, this is one of those things where like Sean says on the podcast, he needs Brendan to go watch Swingers, but to make sure it's the one with Vince Vaughn and not any other one, because those other ones aren't going to be good for Brendan. They're going to lead you to dark places. Oh yeah, there he is. Oh my goodness. He's flattened. He's got Sabonis to get rid of the push.
Yeah.
Okay.
Much more fluid motion.
Yeah, there are times where I've watched Sabonis. He doesn't start from his core up, so he actually looks like he can't actually shoot the ball far enough.
Mm.
So like in practice, I watch him and it looks like sometimes it's very inconsistent, but he does something weird with his arms where it's almost like he's pushing out instead of up and out. And so he's not getting any like drive up from the body, and it looks extremely difficult. Now I'm watching this video and he kind of looks like Charles Barkley trying to use a driver. He pauses like 7 times. Yeah, but I see he's trying to get the bounce to show him, because that's what I always see from Sabonis, that he can't. Now I've got to follow this guy.
He's using that to try
news.
Just get him some muscle memory, and then it'll be smoother as it goes along.
No, it's interesting. I like seeing it. And, he hasn't been a bad 3-point shooter throughout his career, but sometimes they ask him to go away from it completely. And if he can shoot the 3, it changes a lot of what you can do, like even with Rashawn Holmes. I don't think you need to keep Holmes, but at the same time, I think Damian Jones can probably do what he does for way cheaper. Just for the Kings, because you're not going to use him as much as you were Holmes at 30 minutes a game. So, and I think Holmes can get you another starting level player out in the league. So
Lethal Shooter actually came here a couple times. He came to Sacramento, I think, a lot before
working with Fox?
Before COVID. I saw him at Golden One a couple times, and he's like one of these guys they bring in for like 3 days. They might hire him for like 3 days to come in and work on some stuff. I think
it's like
before COVID.
The Kings brought in a dude this year. His name is Don, and I can't remember his last name. ESPN just wrote an article on him maybe 2 weeks ago, and he's the former referee that comes in, and he teaches guys how to draw fouls, what the league is looking for, what they're trying to do. Wow. He also teaches guys how to stay out of foul trouble. So like he does both, but how to interpret the NBA rules, how to treat officials with respect, how to, get guys on your side basically, and also what the league is looking for on specific types of plays where you're going to get a whistle where other times you're not going to get a whistle.
Wow. That seems like he's smart. I should have been a ref and then just gone into that profession.
Yeah. He's a consultant. I bet you he's making a couple $100,000 everywhere he goes, and, maybe works 2 or 3 teams a year. Now everyone's looking at your Instagram muscle. Yeah.
Hey, hit the thumbs up while you're there. Follow.
That boy was getting that work in.
Go follow.
Awesome. Yeah, I got to get off these blood thinners so I can start doing more. So I still got, I think, another probably right at 30 days left. It's brutal.
Almost there. Almost there.
You'll get there.
Yeah.
Hey, just in time.
Yes.
Sexy Chat is here.
They have arrived.
Sexy Chat. Putting an end to the show. Have amazing. A great weekend. Thank you, Sack Down Tony. Thank you. That's very funny. We appreciate y'all, man. We will see you Monday. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday at noon.